about what's going on here. Hey, everybody.
I
It's
understand.
Jeff here at Metal Madness 66. Tonight, we have an old favorite. Serge is back here with me. He's my resident goth and industrial kind of guy. But tonight, we have a super special guest. Is it Das Kreestof or Kreestof? Do you matter?
Das Kreestof.
Das Kreestof?
Because
Okay.
if we use
So
just
Das
Kreestof, it
Kreestof.
creates confusion.
Okay, cool. Das Kreestof is a good friend of Serge's. We met one time a long time ago when Serge got married, when was that, Serge? 2012?
2013.
Yeah, great. Oh, 13, okay. And he is honestly the resident specialist here in this band. Serge and I go pretty far back. I will say that, when you talk about some of the original, and I'm not saying the OG industrial people like Einsaster, how is it? Einsterdine Neubauten, right?
Neubauten.
Nobody ever
Okay.
pronounces it.
I can never say it right, but I'm not sure.
I can tell you that the most common American pronunciation is Einsterdine Neubauten.
Okay, all right. And bands like Throbbing Gristle, obviously, the real OGs, Cabaret Voltaire. My knowledge on those bands is, I have some material.
Jeff, your audio is breaking up a bit.
To what is going on here? Now, I just had somebody call me, so hang on.
This might be a good time to put your phone into Do Not Disturb mode.
Jeff goes into dark.
I will do the same.
I should also do that.
So, but when it comes to the biggie, what I would call the big bands in North America that were pronounced OGs in the industrial and IDM and glitch and that kind of stuff like that. These guys Frontline, which came a little bit after, a couple years after. I was a little bit more always into Frontline than I was Puppy, but because I came to Puppy after Frontline and KMFDM.
Same.
So for me, that's kind of where I want to start with. But let me do these two quick disclaimers. So I've been very sick. It seems that COVID is in my house. I'm going to get tested tomorrow. I didn't make it up, Serge, tonight. I was trying too hard to get this shit prepared. And I lost about 2 good days. And the other thing is that I thought I had all the early material up through the process. I know I didn't own anything after the process, but I listened to all of it tonight, except for one. And it turns out I've traded some things in because I can't find a couple things. But thankfully, Das Kreestof has most of that, so we're in great shape for that. And I believe, Serge, you said you have a lot of the older stuff, or the newer stuff, rather.
Yeah, I'm kind of the reverse. I have everything after a process. And
excellent. So we'll be able to show you all examples of it, and we'll kind of go from there. So where I want to start, like I always do with my deep dives, is I kind of want to go through where we came into Puppy or how we came into Puppy. And for me, I'll go first real quick. For me, I kind of started to learn about industrial techno, however you want to qualify this particular genre and these artists in this genre. For me, it was a buddy of mine. I worked in a restaurant in the very late 80s, early 90s, probably like 89, 90. And my buddy first introduced me, Dave Oleskowitz, or Dave Oleski, excuse me. He introduced me to KMFDM's Money. And that was like my very first introduction to this genre or these genres of music. And from there, I jumped into Frontline and 9 Inch Nails, because 9 Inch Nails was the late 80s. I think we talked about that last time, right, Serge? Pretty Hate Machine was 89. Is that right, Das Kreestof?
That's correct.
Okay. So that was kind of the first stuff I heard. And of course, I had heard of 9 Inch Nails probably first of all those bands, but I didn't really dig into them. That was kind of like, oh, that shit's weird. Because I was coming from a prog background. And heavy for me at that point in time was, I was getting into Alice in Chains and Soundgarden, and not too many of the other grunge bands, but that was the kind of stuff, Smashing Pumpkins, things like that I was listening to, in addition to Rush and Yes and 70s bands. Because, by the way, I'm an old man. I'm 56 almost. So, that's the era I came from, the 70s. And 80s for me was stuff like, Talking Heads and Lines and things like that. So that was the kind of music I was listening to in high school. And then we get later into where I came about with Skinny Puppy was that a kid that I worked for came in one day and we were talking about music, and he was a young kid because I was in my late 20s in college, mid 20s in college. And he asked me who I listened to, and I think I threw out like Yes and Rush and things like that. And he's like, dude, man, you got to check out some Skinny Puppy. And he took off his shirt, and he had a cut off sleeveless puppy shirt that said Skinny Puppy on it, and it was Ogre on the front of the shirt, which I have that shirt now somewhere, which I can't find, of course. It's like a sleep shirt now. But that was my first introduction to it. And then through listening to Frontline and listening to KFDM, I started to dig into them. And my sense is that the first album I listened to was probably Bites or Cleanse and Fold. And I remember thinking, man, this stuff is pretty harsh. It's pretty intense. Because when I came into Frontline, I came in at Tactical Neural, which is much more dancey and much more melodic. And, however, going back and re-listening now to stuff like Bites, Remission, that stuff's very dancey. It's pretty melodic. So
it is.
I
Whereas
think
Cleanse Will Manipulate is a hard album.
Yeah.
Right.
It's a creepy album and it's an intense album.
So how about we jump to you, Kreestof, and you tell me where you kind of came into Puppy and how you became aware of them.
All right. So I came into Skinny Puppy. I was at a nightclub that played a mixture of music. So back then, clubs weren't dedicated all to one genre. So the subcultures kind of blended everything together. So you would go to an event and it would have industrial EBM, goth, synth pop, hip hop, things like Talking Heads. It was like there was a catch-all called new music, which is what they called it before alternative, and so there were these clubs. And so the first industrial band that I heard, which I would now call an EBM band, but original EBM, not what they call EBM now, was Nitzereb's Murderous. And the first Skinny Puppy track that I heard was off mine, the Perpetual Intercourse. Dig it. And it struck a chord with me and changed the course of my life.
Okay, cool. So it was more the club culture that got you into, because you were already hitting the clubs. And what year would this?
It was a club for teenagers.
So what year would have this been?
Probably 87.
Okay.
There were clubs.
How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, it's just surprising because I'm clearly only 29. So
well,
somehow, even though I'm obviously only 29, I was able to go to clubs in the 80s.
That's stunning.
As a teenager. I don't know how that works out. I'm just going to say I'm a time traveler.
Well, that's cool. That's cool.
Yeah.
I'm going to guess you're in your 40s, though. I'm guessing you're right around Serge's age. So, and that's cool. If you don't want to tell me, that's fine. Serge, how about you?
So I came in obviously later than you guys, because I basically discovered kind of dark alternative and goth industrial in college, where, friends of mine took me to my first goth club, which was the Bank, and I walked in, and I was like, holy shit, this is like, when you discover something you never heard or seen, but it instantly feels like home, instantly feels like right. You know what I mean? So after that, I kind of went on a, discovery journey of various things. That's when I first started Frontline, and that's when I first discovered Skinny Puppy. I think The Process was the first album I picked up, which is kind of why I have more of the later stuff, but I think that's where I came in.
So you came in at the process, which was basically when the band was falling apart, or they had already started to, but
Yes.
Yeah, I think that was the last one before they had their,
their little break.
pause.
Yeah, right. Okay, so we'll do a little bit of a history. And Kreestof, if you want to add to this once I throw some facts out there, and we're not going to get super deep here. By all means, let me know, and I'll blow you up. But so Skinny Puppy was basically started by Kevin Key, or Kevin Crompton, as his birth name, I believe is. And he was the drummer for a band called Images in Vogue, which was a Vancouver. I would call them a new romantic pop synth pop band, basically. They have you ever checked any of them out? I would imagine you probably both have.
Yep.
It's
I haven't actually heard them.
interesting stuff. It's kind of cheesy, but it's kind of reminds me a little bit of kind of early Japan, a little bit, sort of, kind of. But it's very synth poppy, and it's poofy hairdos and poodle haircuts and crazy weird clothes, and and I don't mean that negatively. I'm just saying for the time.
More like they were like a Canadian Duran Duran.
Yeah, Duran Duran. Right, exactly. The elf boots and the parachute pants and all that kind of great stuff. So, and not a bad band. I mean, they had some interesting songs. I couldn't tell you any of the names of their songs, but I've listened to that. I think they had one pretty big hit, right? I believe. Okay, I think they had one kind of big hit. But basically what happened is they decided to move to Toronto. And in doing so, Kevin Crompton, that is, wanted to stay in Vancouver, and he decided that basically Skinny Puppy was going to be sort of a side project to get away from the poppy, schmaltzy Images in Vogue stuff that he was doing, and would allow him to explore more esoteric music, where he was listening to stuff like Throbbing Gristle and Einstürzende Neubauten. See if I got it right there. And Cabaret Voltaire. Those were some pretty big influences on him.
And Portion Control.
And he wanted to dig into that stuff. So he decided to do that, and he ended up teaming up with a roommate of one of his Images in Vogue band members, Kevin Ogilvie. And they were formed pretty much the core of what Skinny Puppy would always be going forward. There was a third member that we'll get to in a little bit here, but essentially it was, Skinny Puppy has always been Kevin Key and Kevin Ogilvie. However, when they decided to record and start to maybe play out shows and whatnot, they decided that having two Kevins on stage might be very confusing. So they went with these sort of strange acronym sort of names. Kevin Ogilvie became Nivek Ogre, Nivek being the reverse of Kevin, Ogre being sort of an acronym for Ogilvie, and Kevin Key became Kevin Crompton became C. Evan Key. I'm so used to calling him Kevin Key. And that's kind of how that began. I never really dug into why they got into the weird, large capital letters in certain spaces, and I didn't dig that deep. But maybe then, Kreestof. We'll get to you in 1 minute here. And so basically, they formed the band in 1982, and they did their first demos in 1984, and it was an EP called Back and Forth, and it was basically only 35 tapes were ever made, apparently. I would imagine those go for crazy money. So go ahead, Kreestof, you want to add something?
Oh, there were only 35 official versions. It's believed that Bill Lieb, who joined later, made additional cassettes and sold them. So there may have been two generations of the original cassette.
Okay.
And then since then there was a third generation, which was like bootleg pirate, and then there's been fake releases since then.
Of course. Kind of like the Nerve.
But the original 35 is an extremely rare find, yeah.
I would imagine they would bring ridiculous money. Kind of like the Frontline Nerve War tapes that were made. That there were 3 different versions of those, but I think a little bit more plentiful. But and speaking of Bill, I was going to get to that in a moment here when we got to Bites, but was he actually in the band? I couldn't really find that he was
at this point. He was in the band, but at this point, right in the beginning, he wasn't.
Okay, so he was by the time when they did Back and Forth, or was he just a live member at that point?
I think he was just a live member.
Right. Okay. And
so,
Bill's
on the album, he only contributes bass a little bit.
Right,
on
bass,
songs.
yeah.
So he was mostly just they need another guy to fill out the band.
Right, he's a couple years younger. He's a couple years younger than Crompton and Ogre. I think Bill's my age. He's 55.
Okay.
So that's kind of the. Hold on a sec here. What I got going on here? Did I lose Serge? Okay,
Yeah,
looks like what did I do? Lose you?
Yeah, I don't know. For some reason StreamYard dropped me, but I'm back.
Okay, hold on a minute here. Let me change the layout again. Okay, we're good there. Okay, so Back and Forth, the EP comes out in 1984. I didn't actually write down the month. It's not really super critical. I don't have a lot to say about this because, to be honest with you, it's one I missed in my listening, my backwards listening. Das Kreestof, what do you have to tell us about that one?
About Back and Forth?
Right.
Well, first I want to bring up a little bit of trivia for Images in Vogue. Another member of Images in Vogue went on to form the Vancouver industrial band Numb. That's Don Gordon.
Oh.
And Numb did a lot of fantastic work. And
Yes.
I was a fan of Numb for like 20 years before I saw a photo of Kevin and Don Gordon together in an Images in Vogue thing, and it just blew my mind. So that's the first one. Second, you asked about what?
Keyboardist. Is he a keyboardist or a guitar player?
Don Gordon, I don't know what he did in Images in Vogue, but for Numb, he's a keyboardist programmer.
Okay.
Man,
So he rarely does the vocals, if at all.
That whole Vancouver scene.
Yeah, Numb was on Metropolis
really
too, I believe. Numb was on Metropolis.
Numb, right? Yeah, Numb was on a few labels, but they were on Metropolis as well. Yeah,
right. Yeah, I have one or two of their later CDs, like the mid 90s stuff, and it was good, man. I mean, it was very.
Yeah, no, Numb is fantastic. It's one of the few bands that can pull off the level of complexity that Skinny Puppy did.
Right.
Just the Vancouver scene was just a petri dish for industrial, just as Chicago was in the late 80s. There was a lot of talent, and there was a studio, Mushroom Studios, that I think was really influential on helping these people as well. Then the other thing I wanted to bring up is, like, you asked about their names and the way they play with letters and words. I think Ogre has a real interest in semiotics and the relationship between signifier and the signified. And so I think, and there's a theme throughout their music of formalism and, what things represent and breaking things down. And so by challenging the viewer, or like making the word not be just so that you don't think about it, but you have to look at it and think about it. So that's kind of key to what makes something actually industrial, is that it should be a little bit hard to take in, and so that it should disrupt you so that you think about what it is.
Right.
And I think they're doing that even with words, even when they write it down. So I think that's what's going on there. And
it's kind of like moving away from uniformity. Basically.
Well, in pop culture, everything is supposed to be smooth, easy. You put it on the background and not pay attention to it, and it's just supposed to be easy listening.
Right.
And Skinny Puppy's not. Skinny Puppy's hard. It's supposed to like grab you by the shoulders and say, "Pay attention to me," and it does, and it wants you to think. So it's not supposed to go down easy. It's supposed to defy what your expectations are, so that it makes you more conscious of the experience that you're having with it.
Okay, very good, man. That's the kind of stuff we have you on here for.
And there's a ton of theory behind all of Skinny Puppy, which is what makes them, in my opinion, the masters of industrial music. They didn't create it. I would say that it's the metaphor for film would be to say that Throbbing Gristle is Eisenstein and Skinny Puppy is Hitchcock. Eisenstein kind of invented modern editing, but Hitchcock was the one to master it. Skinny Puppy were the first to master this form, and what they did up until the process is the gold standard, and I don't think anyone will ever exceed it. So
yeah, that's a great point. That's really, really cogent stuff that I probably in my state of mind right now couldn't have put together. So I really appreciate that's the kind of stuff I want to hear as we go through each one of these albums. So
I've had a lot of time to think about it. So as for the Back and Forth album, what I will say is that for those of us who wanted to hear it forever, it was later released as a CD. It's different, but it's there. Whereas Nerve War, the Frontline demo, has been released. No, actually, there was a bootleg released, so you can get it. I can give it to you guys because it was put on the internet. I think it's obviously been released by Bill Lee. I think he cleaned it up and then he just put it out there. Now, on Nerve War, there's some stuff that Kevin Key told him, you can't use this because it was stuff that was used for Skinny Puppy. Certain notes or melodies. That stuff is not on the re-release of Nerve.
Yeah, there was wasn't there like a bass synth line from Tiergarten song or something?
Yeah, I think so. So as a result, so that is not on the re-release of Nerve War, but you can get Nerve War. And for the actual Back and Forth, I mean, I've seen the cassette, but I've never listened to it. It's got some weird, creepy artwork, which is consistent throughout Skinny Puppy's career. But I've heard cleaned up versions of most of those tracks. So, and they've done a series of going back to their old stuff called the BRAP series, or Back and Forth series 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And so you get an idea of how they were making things and doing things.
Yeah, I have BRAP 3 and 4, well, I don't know. I'll pull it out here when we get to that. But
there's a couple things.
I'm not going to. Well, let me just say one thing. I'm not going to spend a lot of time digging into things like Crystal, Distemper remixes. I mean, we can touch on them, and you're probably going to be the one person that can actually speak to them because I don't own them and haven't dug into them as deeply. So, I mean, you may actually say, well, why are you doing a deep dive at this point? If you're only what my deep dive series kind of is I stick primarily to the studio catalogs generally.
Well, and I get your point because I can talk about Skinny Puppy for a week and we don't have a week to talk.
Right.
So I get that. The other thing I'll say about this cassette is what got them signed. It did very well and it was good enough. And it was made, they borrowed some of the equipment from Images in Vogue to make it. And I think it's largely made with a Sequential Circuits Pro 1.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I wasn't aware of that. Now, you mentioned that it was what got them signed. And, of course, it got them signed to a fledgling label called Network that was just kind of getting started around that time.
And Skinny Puppy really was the bread and butter of Network until Sarah McLachlan.
Till Sarah McLachlan and Delirium and some of their later stuff like that. Yeah. I would imagine they're still around, correct? They are still pretty.
I don't know. I lost interest when Skinny Puppy left the label.
Yeah, I lost interest in
they might still be
Delirium as well. So
yeah.
Okay, so where we're at there, we're at Back and Forth Network. I got that. Just want to talk the Mission 84, and this would be their first official release. It would not be their first full length, which is called Bites, which came out in '85. But so do you want to show that one, Kreestof, please? We'll show this one because that's one of the ones I do not have. There we go. Now you have the CD version, which is the reissue, which I believe is 39 minutes long, around that. It's got the bonus tracks.
So what I will tell you is, let me pull a flashlight up. I don't know if this has the bonus tracks. Well, the version, it has film. Importantly, though, because this was originally for CD releases, Bites and Remission were re-released as one CD. So when they re-released it, it's missing Manhole And Manhole's basically the very long intro to Icebreaker, or that's the way I've heard it. And I didn't have it originally, and it's really nice. It's it's creepy and spooky, and here it's split into 2 tracks, and I don't think that's the way it was really intended to be.
Right.
So
now I believe, if I'm not incorrect, I believe that that the original, well, I don't believe, I know that the original vinyl and cassette was a 1-minute release, and when I issued it
so
on,
here's the CD release where they put them together. So this is the first one that I had, and then I had to, when they released them separately later, I bought them both too.
So do you have both?
The CDs frequently have more tracks, although sometimes there's tracks that are missing. For example, on the release of Mind the Perpetual Intercourse CD, they replaced the version of Dig It with the 12-inch version. So it's very hard to find the vinyl version on CD.
Now, do you have a lot of stuff on vinyl, or is most of your stuff CD?
I'm mostly CD.
Okay, gotcha.
I had a problem with vinyl warping in the heat, so I'm all CD.
So the other thing to mention too, which
and I used to have a lot of cassettes.
Let's talk about Remission first. Let's talk about the actual release. Let's talk about the music on it. The song kicks off with, I believe, Smothered Hope, correct?
That is correct.
And that is a really badass track. It is really cool. Dark, kind of, but I'm sorry?
It is their first hit.
Right. Very, very cool track. It's followed by Glass Houses, which is a really, really cool track. And that has a very, very cool distinctive bass line. What's that?
And it's a weird track. And it sets up some of the things that Skinny Puppy does differently right from the start. Glass Houses is filled with synth modulation, and there's this thing that they do throughout their career where they use synths in a way that is not intended. And so you get these sounds that nobody's really heard before, and it's unnerving. And it's right there in Glass Houses.
Yeah, it's very jarring. There's sections of it that are jarring, and how they fold in the sampling as well is always extremely jarring as well. And like you said, it ties very much into their aesthetic, that they want to challenge your listening experience. They don't want to be your straight up pop tune with your verse chorus thing.
Yep.
And but yet there's a lot of very listenable songs on that album. One in particular would be Sleeping Beast. Yes. Which is, it's a long track too. It's a 6-minute long track, but it's very pulsing and drumming and dancey. It's very clubby. And it's got that. Right. Yeah, it's good. The other one, Far Too Frail, another really killer song on there.
Which they released the video for. The songs they released videos for off this album were Smothered Hope and Sleeping Beast.
Yeah, now I did not dig into that because I did not dig. If you want to mention that, that's fine, but I'm not going to get into videos.
Okay, I just know
it. Serge, what do you have anything more you want to add on that Kreestof with those tracks that I pulled out?
So I only go back to Bites. So Remission was a little bit before what I know. So
okay, so you didn't listen to it yet?
No, I didn't get a chance to.
Okay.
All right,
anything you want to add?
Although I think the version of Bites that I have listened to does have some of Remission, because they kind of, I guess on the re-releases they put extra tracks like film, and I think they do have some.
Well, he showed you that they reissued it on CD with Remission and but they also, Kreestof, they also ordered out a second version that was Bites Remission. It was a different running order.
Yeah. So I have that here.
Okay. And I believe that's like a foreign label, right? Is that like a Belgian label or something?
Let's see. So this is Bites in Remission.
Right.
So let me see if the label's listed here. No, it's Network.
Oh, they are both Network.
Yeah.
But the track listing's not the same, if I'm correct.
So on the Bites in Remission, it's Film, Smothered Hope, Glass Houses. So it's a different order. and not everything is here. For example, Manhole is missing, and also there's another track that's missing, which is Church in Hell. So here it's listed as Church on on the CD for Bites. Side 1 was called Attack, and then side 2 was Decay, which is terms used to describe an envelope on a synthesizer, and properties of sound. But yeah, so Church in Hell it's on Bites, but it is not on Bites and Remission.
Okay.
But before we continue, I just want to give a bit of trivia about Remission. Remission is the first commercial recording featuring the TR-909 drum machine from Roland. So it holds that record.
Is it really?
Yes, it is.
Wow, I had no idea.
Roland celebrates 909 Day. They gave credit to Skinny Puppy, who were always innovators.
No
They
kidding.
got it first, went into the studio. Now, I should point out, it doesn't really sound like a 909 because of all the processing they do to it.
Right.
But that album is mostly 909.
Wow, how about that? And it's interesting that you bring that up, because one of the things, Serge and I did a Frontline deep dive a couple weeks ago. I don't know if you saw it or he pointed it out to you. And we listened to a lot of the very early demos, like the Total Terror stuff. And one of the major complaints with the very early FLA is, man, some of those drum machines just sound so cheesy. But the weird thing about Skinny Puppy is I don't quite hear it the same, and it might be because of the fact that they were a little more advanced in their processing of the drum sounds.
It's two things. One is the processing is very intense. It's also the budget, because Skinny Puppy had a real recording budget. They recorded in a decent studio, and you could tell back then recording technology was really expensive, and home studios were really not that good. So you had to go to a studio to get decent quality and a real engineer. And Skinny Puppy, that you can hear it right in the beginning. The mastering, the mixing, the engineering is just a much higher quality. The early Frontline assembly stuff before Rice Fulber joins, it's all low budget, and so sometimes you can really hear it. Sometimes the drums on the early Frontline assembly stuff does sound really cheap and canned. But other times they're really successful, like on early releases too, like State of Mind and
and
then
you look at I mean, I would imagine that Bill may very well have been doing that shit in his bedroom, potentially, some of the very early stuff.
Part of it, yeah. So Bill was only sequencing up until Rice joined, and then after that he stopped doing the sequencing himself. But the Pro 1 that the early Frontline assembly stuff was done was actually the Sequential Circuits Pro 1 keyboard that Kevin Key used, and he sold it to Bill. So,
okay.
And Bill Lieb and Nivek Ogre also did a side project where it was a Pro 1 and a 606 drum machine called Mutual Mortuary, which was just them screwing around and doing weird vocals. So at this point in Remission and Bites, Skinny Puppy doesn't own a sampler yet, and at this time, samplers were incredibly expensive and beyond reach of most musicians. At that time, the only ones that were really on the market were the Synclavier, which could go from $50,000 to $500,000, and money was worth more back then, and the Fairlight, which was $30,000 to $60,000. Right, and I should point out that you could buy a condominium for $60,000 back in the 80s.
Exactly,
so that's just a ton of money. Severed Heads, which Skinny Puppy opened for on a tour, Tom Ellard told them about this trick that you could do with a delay pedal made by Korg, where you could use the memory in the delay. You could record into it and then use it to re-trigger sounds. And so after that, Kevin's like, all right, I don't want anything to sound like it's a drum machine or an acoustic drum that's like been sampled poorly. So I want everything to sound, unique and artificial or like special. And so they first started using these Korg delay pedals as a sampler, and then later on, when Dwayne joins in Sonic Mirage, and then sampling continues, and that's part of what makes Skinny Puppy's sound special. Again, it's that I don't want to sound like everybody else. And Kevin Key noticed that everybody else's percussion that's using drum machines, they're just using these 1-bar patterns, and it's really boring and it's generic. And so he sets out right out of the gate, I'm going to make everything interesting. So his patterns are usually at a minimum of 8 measures before anything repeats, and it's really dynamic programming. And sometimes there's a human feel to it. And the sounds also, they don't sound like drum machines. Like if you buy the drum machines they have and you try to make it, it's rarely going to sound like Skinny Puppy because of all the processing. And the processing they have is incredible because they're going into good studios. And in the good studios, they have all this really expensive equipment, like these $4,000 reverbs and these pedals and these really advanced mixers that cost like $60,000 to $100,000 in 1980s money. And they do this convoluted wiring that nobody's ever seen in the studio before. And that's what they did on Remission. And you know, it's there all on the album. It doesn't sound like anything else, and it's special. And it's just a ton of work, and it's an attention to detail that the average listener is going to think about. But there's a philosophy behind what they're doing, and I don't know how much of it they thought out and how much of it was their own instincts. And I think a lot of it is just their instincts, but it pays off, and that's what's going on, and that's all there in the beginning.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up the whole access to equipment, because that is a really important factor, because a lot of that very early music was, you know, you look at someone like Throbbing Gristle where they're beating on cans and, you know, tubular metal instruments. They were not working with large dollar studios, whereas and like you said with Frontline.
You know, the thing is, it's deceptive with Throbbing Gristle and a band like Test Department, because Throbbing Gristle, although they're beating on a drum or they're beating on stuff, they're also putting it through an Eventide harmonizer, which is an expensive processor, and to make it sound. And they use the harmonizer on everything, so they are getting expensive sounds. And so one of the first pieces of gear that Kevin Key gets is not the exciting drum machine or the exciting synthesizer. It's an expensive delay. He got a Lexicon PCM 42, and it was a real quality piece of equipment. And one of the producers they later worked with, Ken Marshall, still has that original Lexicon PCM 42 in his studio because he just loves it. And there's been a billion other delays that have come out since then. But when he overmodulates it, he loves the sound of it. And if you get a delay of it, if you get like a digital emulation of it, it will make something that sounds like that delay. But if you over crank the input, it's not going to sound anything like it does on the PCM. So Kevin Key had a philosophy from the beginning. It's like, all right, I'm going to make sure that the gear I get, instead of getting a lot of gear, I'm going to make sure I get really high quality gear.
High quality gear, yep.
And that PCM 42 is all over Remission. It's all over Bites. You can hear it on the opening sound in Smothered Hope. That drum, that doesn't sound like a regular drum because it's got a really fast delay on it. And so it's got a little bit of an echo, and that gives it a kind of weird sound. And that's all over their demo, and that's all over the re-release of Back and Forth Series 2, which is the delay is a very important factor in their production, and that's right there. And so they're pushing the envelope there again.
Yeah, I remember in that era, the DX7 had just come out too, and that was a really big, like late 80s that was coming out, and that was like a really advanced synthesizer for that era, polyphonic synthesizer. So there was a lot of advances, in keeping in mind that when they were first doing a lot of these recordings, there wasn't laptops, or at least there weren't laptops like we have. The processing was infinitely slower, and latency was an issue, and all that kind of stuff. And so it is pretty amazing that they came up with these advanced sounding recordings that they did at that time. And like you said, it's kind of a testament to their attention to detail and doing it. Why it took quite a while to record those albums back then.
Yeah. So a real issue you have, because they're not using computers yet. They would later use an Atari ST, which is a desktop with a Roland MPU 401 interface, and that allowed synchronization through things. But on these early albums, just keeping your equipment in sync. So you would sequence on a Pro 1, it has a sequencer, and you would sequence on the drum machine. But getting them to match up on time is tricky. and getting them
Yeah.
to work together, is tricky. And sometimes they have varying sync technologies, but they don't always work together right. On mine, the Perpetual Intercourse, there's a drum roll in Dig It. So Dig It uses an 808 and a 606, and because of a bug in the 606, some of the high-speed rolls kind of like flutter out in an interesting way. It sounds really intense, but it's not intentional. It's because of a bug, but it's a happy accident. And later on, when they get better equipment and it's not there, it's like it's kind of not as good.
But you didn't have quantization back then.
Yeah, because because they don't have a general sequencer like that.
Exactly.
So back then
this is great stuff. This is great stuff. A lot of probably boring people to death here, but this is really deep stuff. This is good stuff to get into. How about we talk about Bites a little bit? Okay. So Bites comes out, and if you want to show that. Bites comes out in August of 1985. You show the back. If you could flip them for me, that'd be great. There we go. And the CD version came out in 93. A lot of their stuff was reissued in 93 on net with CD.
Yeah, none of the CDs were really out until probably 1990 or so. So originally I had cassettes for everything.
Yeah, most of them look like they came out in 93, just from what I see. I could be wrong.
No, that's not correct. There were a lot of CDs out before then. So even Back Forth Series 2, I think I got in 92.
So that comes and on there. Plays on 2 or 3 for sure. Was he on a third, I believe?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
And that has, I said Bill actually does play a little bit plays synth bass on a couple of tracks, I believe.
Yeah,
2 of them.
So after they got signed, they brought him in for the live shows, and he does have a credit on this one.
Right, the choke, I believe, the choke.
I think so.
And I think it's the choke and one other track.
Under his pseudonym.
Right.
So actually, it's so small I can't read it right now.
That's that thing. You should be able to read that with those 29-year-old eyes, though.
I know, right? But it's a little dark in here for streaming. Let's say it's the lighting. Let's go with that.
That's it. I get it.
Yeah. That's it.
So on that album, that's their first full-length album. And again, what we talked about, they have different running orders for the bite. We talked about the Bite Remission and Remission Bites with regards to the reissue for those when they add those. So I don't have every track memorized on it. I wrote down specific tracks. And obviously, the big burner track on there is Assimilate.
Yep. And I want to point out that Assimilate was not a big hit until maybe 20 years later. I mean, it was a song.
Was it really?
Yeah, it was not a big hit back then. Back then, the bigger hits were like Dig It and Smothered Hope. Assimilate, nobody really got excited about until probably 2000.
Which is crazy because it's such an incredibly good song.
It's definitely their biggest hit. Yeah, no, Absolutely. Their biggest hit in the 80s was probably Testure.
Off of Too Dark.
No, Testure's on Vivisex 6.
Oh, right. Right. Sorry. Yeah. I was thinking of Spasmolytic.
Yeah,
so that one to me every time.
Jeff, your audio's...
Yeah, I can't hear you. You want to try again?
Did I cut out there?
You did cut out.
Your audio's kind of a little bit in and out.
Okay, hang on 1 second. I want to... Am I all right now?
Yes.
You are right now.
I'm going to go for the... I'm going to get off the Wi-Fi here. We always have issues later at night here, so I'm going to jump off there.
The CD release, Icebreaker is repeated.
Okay. Is that a different mix on there or a different remix?
No, it's the same mix basically.
Okay.
But it is missing Manhole.
for me, you know, there's a lot of really cool tracks on here. Um, that I do like the choke. The choke is it's very dancey, but it does have some of the very beginnings of that what I call the industrial vibe to it. It's jarring at times with
It's
the
creepy.
sampling and it's very creepy.
Yeah.
Last Call is another really cool track.
Yes, it is.
And Film is if I recall, that's the kind of ambient, sort of a kind of an ambient.
Well, ambient. No, I would say it's more like it's very echoey, and because it's filled with delay.
Right.
So I think that the idea is it's supposed to sound a little bit like a film montage.
It's literally cinematic, I think.
Cinematic.
I would say that's exactly it.
Thank you. That's the word I was looking for. And what else here? Oh, on the reissue, there is a song called "The Center Bullet." You have that on your
reissue. Also a Tear Garden song.
Yeah, which is a Tear Garden song, and that is a really cool fucking song.
It is.
I really dig that one. And again, that one's got a lot of that cinematic feel to it, which, I'm going to say a couple words, and you may be the same way. You're going to hear out of me when I describe a couple tracks that I dig. You're going to hear haunting. You're going to hear pulsing. You're going to hear cinematic. You're going to hear atmospheric, because that's what, to me, a lot of Skinny Puppy tracks are.
It was their aspiration.
The dynamics in their songs, you may hear all of those things going on often. Driving, that's another adjective that I kept coming up with. This is a driving, and I don't mean driving a car. I mean driving like propulsive and intense. Exactly.
Deadlines is very driving, and that's on the song.
Yes. Yep, exactly. That's the one. Yeah, Deadlines, that's another one that's very intense like that. So, Serge, you want to talk a little bit about this one? Because you said this is one of the ones you got into.
All right, so let me go over my notes. Yeah, so I mean, Assimilate obviously is one I dig, and Deadlines and Last Call, both to me kind of fun stompy tracks. Church and Icebreaker are like fun creepy tunes to me, and I think that especially in the early albums, they have a lot of that. Film you mentioned, I like the choke. I like the center bullet. I liked One Day. I kind of like when they go into a bit of a chill mode, just kind of to show they can do that. And a lot of times, obviously, that's going on in the background of more intense songs.
Serge, do me one little favor.
Yeah.
Can you turn your volume up a little bit so we can hear you a little better?
Let me just.
And now you're muted.
Now you're muted. Muted. There we go. Uh-oh. Did he kick himself out?
I see him, but
why did I come up?
Oh, yeah, no, I think he lost the connection.
You and I are still here, but I don't.
All right. So while I'm here,
why don't you go ahead?
All right. So it's got Deadlines, which was there's a 400 Blows remix that was later released on a compilation. Ice Maker Film. There's a version of Love, which appears again as a real track on Mind the Perpetual Intercourse. So this version's a little bit different. And it's got the choke, Social Deception, and one of the tracks we haven't talked about yet, and it's a track me and my friend Stalagmike really loves. It's a track called Basement. And Basement has really low, ominous tones in it. Yeah. And I'm really good at synthesis, and I have no idea how they made these sounds. My guess is it's a Yamaha TG33, because FM sounds can be hard to pin down, and the TG33 has a combination of waveforms and FM. But it's when you hear it in a big system, it's just so deep and it's so creepy. And it's got these samples from Legend of Hell House, and they're pitch shifted down a little bit, and it just makes it way creepier. And that's one of the things that Skinny Puppy does a lot. It's creepy and it's intense, and again, it won't be ignored. And it just what Skinny Puppy has right from the beginning that so many bands never really get is a raw emotional intensity. Like even if you don't like these feelings, it's going to make you feel them strongly, so you can't deny how good this is. even if it's not your thing. You know, all right, I don't like that, but it's good.
Yeah, that track Basement has that sort of that
Epic feel.
pulsing low end. That's, you know, like if you got a really killer set of monitors or speakers, you can really feel it like through your body.
Yep. All right,
Yeah.
Serge is back. So Serge, let's hear your comments on the album.
Yeah, Serge, sorry about that. You went to unmute yourself and disappeared on me.
Yeah, I think I just hit something when I was
much
trying
louder.
to move the microphone.
I can hear you a little.
What was that?
I can hear you better.
Yeah, I moved the microphone closer. So I don't know where I left off. I think I kind of did most of it.
Well, we didn't hear any of it.
We
You were saying that something bites and then no sound.
Yeah,
Oh no! Oh man. Okay. So real quick again. So obviously, Assimilate is great. Deadlines and Last Call are kind of like my fun stumpy tracks. Church and Icebreaker are like the creepy tunes that I liked. Film, I mentioned, you know, I like the cinematic stuff. I also like the One Day, you know. Again, I like when Skinny Puppy goes kind of chill, and that's sometimes that's happening in the background of more intense tracks, but in that one you can hear.
No, there's always layers in Skinny Puppy.
Yeah, it's
that's one of their conscious efforts.
For sure, and like you said, it's not background music, right? It makes you listen, and if you do listen, you pick up interesting things. So,
Yeah.
which I love about this band. It's something that, you know, I like about music in general that I'm into, because there are layers and there are you know, different things you can pick up on, you know, especially like on further listens. You know, it's not necessarily obvious up front.
Yeah.
Yeah, the choke is great, and the center bullet is another one that I dug.
Yeah, I'm with you in a lot of ways where I you know, I like a lot of industrial, I like techno, and I like the upbeat stuff, but I tend to really gravitate, like we talked about in Frontline. I tend to gravitate to those more cinematic ambient tracks a little bit more, mainly because I'm a Tangerine Dream fanatic. So I mean, it just makes sense that those melodic synths that are ambient and meander and wash over you always kind of, and that's one thing that Puppy always seems to do, especially in these early albums. They may be hitting you with some really fucking harsh and intense sounds, but they almost always come back with one or two tracks that have this dreamy quality to them that just wash over you and make you feel, you know, so into it. You know what I mean?
Yep. So what I want to point out, because we're talking about when we're talking about Assimilate. So when they released the series 2 of Back and Forth, they put in the original demo for Assimilate.
Okay.
And what you're saying, so the drums are really they're dropped in this, and when you don't hear the drums, you can hear it's really melodic. There's a lot of stuff going on, and because the drums are so intense, it'll distract you from what's going on. And they do this again later on with a album with a song on Last Rites called Nowhere, which has the most intense, overpowering drums.
Yes.
So they re-released it on Back and Forth Series 3 and 4 as a song called Uranus Cancelled.
Yeah.
And in that, they just removed the drums. And what you hear is this most epic, gorgeous, beautiful music. And it's sad. And when you have the drums in it, you don't hear any of that. It just turns down because there's just so many layers in Skinny Puppy, and it's easy to lose them. Like when I listen to Cleanseful Manipulate, I've been listening to that album for years, and every time I pick out something that I didn't hear before.
Oh, cool, man. Yeah, I have that backwards, forwards 3 and 4. I haven't listened to it in a long, long time, but you're right, that Uranus Cancelled is
it's
just
so
an
beautiful.
epic song. Yeah, it's so fucking badass. And, you know, like Warlock has that. We're going to get to that in a little bit, but Warlock has those really cool underlying synth tones. You know, when during the chorus, when Ogre's spitting out those vocoder sections, and you hear those super cool fucking synths underneath. They're just so melodic and
the synth strings.
Yeah. So we'll get there in a minute. We're gonna get there. I try to keep it slightly linear, although this one's a little difficult because there's a lot of overlap with, which is great. I dig it. So, let's see. Let me see. Where am I at? I just
Fine.
want to look over my notes here real quick. Okay, so we're at Mind. September of '86, they released Mind, the Perpetual Intercourse, and this is when they realized that Bill Lieb was not going to stick around, and maybe you can speak to why that is in a minute. Gus Kreestof, give me 1 sec here. Maybe you know a little bit more about that than I do. I've never talked.
Well, there's a few versions of that.
Is there?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll get that in a minute. But this one, they add a guy named Dwayne. Is it Gotul or Goetal?
I think it's Gattel.
Gattel. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Who was in a band called Water that opened for Skinny Puppy.
Yep.
And this guy, according to Wikipedia, let's put it that way, was a programming genius. This guy was just super up on equipment, super deep.
Absolutely.
He was super deep into equipment and really knew his shit.
He's a prodigy.
Yeah, hang on, I'll jump over to you in a minute. And so they added him in, and he really brought a really intense level of sophistication to their music with regards to the sounds that he brought in and the sound manipulation. So go ahead if you want to speak a little bit to the history there.
All right. So, yeah, they wanted to go on tour. And all right, so there's a few versions. And I think as they get older, they try to be nicer about it.
Right.
And I think there were hard feelings, in early interviews. But the way they would present it was like, well, hey, we're going to go on tour. And Bill Lieb's response was, well, I don't know. I got to ask my girlfriend. And they were like, what? And they got rid of him. And he really wasn't doing a lot in the band. Like, he was standing there and playing some keys.
Right.
And, he wrote a bass line. He did some backing vocals, but he wasn't that important. So, like, never mind. And they had met Dwayne Gattel at one of the shows. And the first thing Kevin Key overheard him say was, oh, yeah, that sounds very 10K. He was talking about something, about the way something had keyed in on a mix. And they knew this is a guy who really knows details and is really technically adept. And so I guess they got along and they bring him in for the album. So the first song that he writes for Skinny Puppy is on this album. It's called Antagonism. Oh, I wanted to mention before. So from Back and Forth, and the first song that they wrote, Kevin and Kevin, but Kevin Key and Nebek wrote is K9.
K9,
right. And the idea was life is seen through a dog's eyes. And that was kind of the idea for a lot of the music for the first 7 years or so.
Right.
And it has that cinematic, look at it. But basically, it's like they were trying to look at the horror of the world and exposing it, and in a way that other bands weren't doing. So anyway, so they bring Dwayne Gattel in, and so I don't think it's really present on this album. I don't think he's got the Mirage sampler yet, but you can see there's Dwayne he's just a genius with synthesis. Right. And he was the only classically trained musician in the band. Kevin Key's a great, phenomenal drummer, but he's self-taught. He's just, he just has a natural talent to it. Dwayne is absolutely a genius, and he transforms the band, especially on the next release. But even here, he does fantastic work. And his synth work is incredible. His ability for sound design is incredible. So there's Dwayne entering the band is probably the most important thing that happens to Skinny Puppy.
Yeah, he was a classically trained pianist.
Yeah, he was classically trained on trumpet.
Oh, okay. Right.
And one of the things that he would comment was that when you learn music theory, you go from here to here when you have these notes. And Kevin would say, yeah, but you can also go here. And so all this, sometimes not being classically trained is helpful, but when you're classically trained, you don't have to figure out where you're going to go. You just know, well, when I'm here, there's 3 places I can go, and you can write a lot faster, and it's just helpful. But one of the things that they know throughout all their work is to create feeling, emotion, atmosphere, and they do it constantly. And they could do it musically, they do it through sound. There's a lot of samples in this album too, but I think up to this point, usually when you hear like samples from things, it's very frequently it's tape that they've cut together.
Right. For this album, where what I start to hear is a lot darker, more horrific sort of sounding music. There's still a lot of melodies there that they can be found, but the sampling becomes a little bit more pronounced. The darkness becomes a little more pronounced, and like you said, the level of synthesis really takes another jump.
This album is much scarier.
Right.
Bites, like Remission, is a lot more poppy, and now I think there's a confidence that's coming in, and that they're not worrying about dance clubs as much.
Right.
Or getting it on Much Music, which is the Canadian MTV.
Right.
Once they got banned from Much Music and MTV for they thought there was creepy stuff going on. They make a video for the song "Dig It" here, and it immediately gets banned. They think so. It's in CinemaScope. It's my favorite music video, but because in CinemaScope and back then TVs were 4:3, they put these bars in so that you've got the main thing. So that wouldn't just be black bars. They filled out the black bars, and they thought there was something, and they blurred it. And they thought there's something creepy and satanic in there. We don't know what it is. It's subliminal, because people were scared of subliminal back then because everybody's dumb and there was no internet. They don't know. So this immediately gets banned. So I think so this album, it's just full of creepy stuff, and it's really hard hitting. And it's talking about a lot of dark subject matter.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of intense things like drug addiction, mental illness, vivisection, all kinds of stuff, which they get. Those are those are topics that Ogre, very near and dear to his heart in a lot of ways, and some things that he's gone through himself. But for me, obviously, Dig It, is a huge one.
Dig It was my first.
God's Gift. What is it? God's Gift Maggot is just fucking crazy shit. It's just it's such an intense song. I really like what's the one here? Where am I looking at it here? I wish I could read my own writing. Damn it. Oh, Deep Down Trauma Hounds obviously is another one that's a track that I did.
Now that's not technically from this album.
Oh, it's on the re-release. It's on the reissue.
It's on the reissue. It's actually from the next album.
That's on Vivisection.
Soul Manipulate.
But I like that version that's on the reissue.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Very, very cool. And I really like the song "Love" on here. It's kind of there's a lot of samples. It's a beautiful song. A lot of samples on it, but there's those beautiful synths that you hear them come up with on almost every album. There's one or two tracks that throw that in there.
The samples on "Love" are again from The Legend of Hell House.
And Stairs and Flowers, another one that's that was one of their, I guess, one of the other minor hits off the album, right? They had a video for that.
They made a music video for it, but this brings up an important point that we need to discuss on this album, Industrial in general, and something we were talking about earlier with clubs back in that time period, which is the hip-hop influence on Stairs and Flowers and Dig It. So you mentioned Joy of Talking Heads, and Talking Heads couldn't have occurred if it wasn't for the fact that you could go to a nightclub and you would hear hip-hop, Susie and the Banshees, Edie Brickell and the New Bohemians, Nitzareb, Depeche Mode, and Suicidal Tendencies all in the same night.
Right.
At the same thing. So you've got all these different genres, and yet anybody that's doing anything of high quality, it just breaks through, so everybody's influencing each other.
Sure, they're all
Talking Heads is an impossible to describe band. But there's, or same with Tom Tom Club. What genre is that? And here we have the influence of hip hop. And hip hop, just as Kraftwerk influenced hip hop, hip hop then influences industrial. And one of the biggest producers of industrial music, and his name's going to come up on singles that Skinny Puppy puts out, Frontline Assembly puts out, KMFDM, Front 242, Einsters und die Neubauten, which is Adrian Sherwood, who had done the production for the Sugar Hill Gang. And all the best singles that you like, it's always Adrian Sherwood. He also was the producer of one of the producers on. There's 5 producers on Pretty Hate Machine, and he's got this thing about making really big drum sounds. And I don't know how he does it, but his drum sounds just always sound like battleships. They're
Right.
just big and epic and wonderful, and he's all over the place, and that's the hip hop influence. And I think he if he didn't do the Stairs and Flowers remixes, it's that kind of work anyway.
Yeah, one of my viewers here, Human Falafel, mentions that Ogre's vocals sound harsher and more insane on this album. And I would agree with that. They really do.
Yeah, the vocal treatments start to become more advanced as new technology is coming out.
And you know, it's interesting because being a little bit older, and I'm not doing the whole, you know, get off my lawn kid thing, but it was difficult for me to, and has always been kind of difficult for me to assimilate, not to use the fun there, but hip hop, because I've never really enjoyed it very much. I wasn't like a rap guy or a hip hop guy, even though, you know, Run DMC kind of happened right around the time that I was getting out of high school. What was that, 86, right? You know, when a lot of the mid to late 80s when all the hip hop bands would come out. But you're right, those hip hop influenced metal. I mean, they, you know, it started to cross over into metal, and so all these things, all these different genres steal a little bit from each other.
Yep, and well, they both have one important thing in common. Both industrial and hip hop, especially, and I think this is one of the key things that industrial music has to have. Otherwise, it's just electronic. These elements of anti-music, things that are not considered traditional music, or things that are upsetting to people. Like the Beastie Boys used to go to a club, and you know the club would be upset, like, well, where do you plug in your guitars? And they have like turntables and or drum machines, and they don't want to hear any of that. It's like, here's our backline kit, and you need to use this. Like, well, we can't use any of that. You know, so these are people making music in non-traditional ways, and they're using noises and samples and other things that aren't traditionally music. Just like Neubauten is using a jet engine to make sounds, and you know, Front 242 is coming in, and they're a synth pop band, except for like they look like they're in the military and that they might beat you up, which isn't what you expect from a synth pop band. Yeah. And so, you know, these elements of anti-music and the way Skinny Puppy's using samples and noises, that's an element of anti-music. Hip hop's doing the same thing because they're both underground. All this music is kind of a rejection of the mainstream. And so they're doing something different for the people that don't fit in, and it speaks to them.
Right. What year was Introducing? Was that 96?
Introducing?
DJ Shadow. Introducing. Thinking, was that 96, I believe? Because that was when, you know, sampling was going on before that, but that's when you heard the kind of really elevated sampling that could be done. I'm thinking it was 96. I don't know why. But...
Well, if it was 96, sampling was already a major deal.
Yeah, it was well, as you said, the very early sampling was Fairlight and Synclavier, and you had bands like Art of Noise. Art of Noise was huge with that.
Yep.
I mean, that first Art of Noise album is a fucking masterpiece of sampling. It's just unbelievable. Yeah, Serge, I'm sorry you brought Kreestof in, because he and I are having this conversation.
Oh no, I'm I'm entranced.
You kind of knew this, didn't you?
Oh yeah.
Kreestof, do me one small little favor, because I'm old and I can't hear very well. Can you bump your mic just a tiny little bit?
Turn it up?
Yeah, just a tiny bit.
I don't know. I might have to. I think it might be all the way up. I'll just have to speak up louder.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear it pretty well.
Might help a little bit. All right. So, did you have anything you want to add on that particular album? Then we'll go to Serge.
Me. So, from my standouts, the first track, "One Time, One Places." I like when they get creepy with like Three Blind Mice. I love the synths on Antagonism. That's my favorite track on the album. And obviously Dig It. I think if you listen to Dig It, you can see, you know, how Nine Inch Nails was influenced. I mean, that to me is pretty clear.
Yeah, was this the tour that Nine Inch Nails opened for them when they went out on tour?
No,
Was
it wasn't. That was later.
That was Vivisect then?
I think so.
They
They
was
did a
Vivisect.
few tours that weren't album related. Like they did a Kill to Cure tour, and that's a single that they never wound up releasing. And they did a few others. I don't remember what year it was, but it wasn't this early.
Okay. I know it's
But
coming up.
yeah, Trent Reznor does openly admit that Down in It was inspired by Dig It.
Oh, yeah. Well, you can hear it.
Yeah.
It's unmistakable. Absolutely. Did you want to add anything, Kreestof, to the discussion of this album?
All right. Let's see. Well, the single that came out around this same time, I think, was Chainsaw. But what else? Love, There's Flowers. Oh, 200 Years is a really intense track. It's full of Twilight Zone samples.
Yep.
And this is a good example of what I'm talking about with like really intense drums. And it's creepy and it's driving. And the way it uses sound and the way it ramps up in the end is just super dramatic. They always, back then in interviews, they said, we'd love to do a movie soundtrack. And that's the thing. Just like all the synthwave bands, it's really inspired by movie soundtracks. And outside of industrial, the other music that I really like is movie scores.
Right.
And it's because I like music that makes you feel something. And it's dramatic. Right. And Skinny Puppy just always does that. Up until the process, at least, they always do that.
Yeah, exactly. You can hear, if you remove the vocals on many of their tracks, you could hear several of them being very cinematic. I mean, one on Last Rites is Download, which we're going to get to. You know, that's a super cinematic track. And stuff on Too Dark Park that we're going to get to, there's very cinematic tracks on there as well. But yeah, this is a good one, but they're only gathering steam at this point, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great album. I love it. It's, and it's not one that people would talk about. It was my gateway into Skinny Puppy. It's a really solid album.
Cool. So next up, let me turn my next page here. We are at Cleanse, Fold, Manipulate, which came out in '87. You want to flip it over there quick? How'd you guys like that thumbnail for the stream tonight?
I love that you did Serge to look like this album cover.
Isn't that awesome?
Yep, great job.
I'm actually the other guy. If you look at it carefully, that's me.
Also, this is the Skinny Puppy logo. That's my favorite logo, as you can see here.
Oh, it's killer. I love it.
And this isn't just here tonight. This is year round.
Is it? Nice. Yeah, I want to do a shout out here for my buddy Rick, who may join us in another hour or so. Rick is the fucking master of thumbnails. He's a graphic artist from Philadelphia, a good friend of mine, Rick Contreras, the Dreadful Minutes YouTube channel. He's the undisputed king of thumbnails, and I gave him the idea, and I said, this was before you were involved, Kreestof. I said, hey, can you make me and Serge the two characters on the front of Cleanse Fold? And he's like, of course I can. And then he sent me the first draft of it last night, which I sent off to Serge about, 2 in the morning. And I realized you weren't on there, and I'm like, shit, we don't have a picture of you. So I mentioned your name, and Rick went out and found you. I don't know how he did, but you must be. You're on Instagram. You're on Instagram, so, and also Twitch. And he found your picture, and he's like, "Do you think you'll be okay with using this picture?" And I said, "Well, he's going to have to be okay because we're throwing it."
That's on the internet.
But hopefully, you guys enjoyed that. That's pretty fucking cool. So, Rick at the Dreadful Minutes. This guy is the king. If you need graphic artwork done, see him. Okay, so we're going to jump back out of here. I'm going to jump in here. And we're going to talk briefly about Cleanse, Fold, Manipulate, out June 25th, 87. Lots of really cool songs on here. The very first song, First Aid, is about AIDS, if I'm not incorrect about that.
Absolutely.
And you got to keep in mind, this is 1987. And for younger people, they're not going to know what that means because nowadays AIDS is fairly well under control with retroviral.
There was an incredible panic about AIDS in the 80s.
Oh.
People were afraid to fuck.
Dude, I lived through it. I was going out to clubs in the late 80s. I was turning 21 in 1986 and going out to a club and hoping I'm just going to be honest. Hoping to hook up was a natural thing, but you were scared. You were really scared. And because even though at that time it was predominant, not 87, but in the very beginning, 84, 85, it was predominantly known as a disease that was in the homosexual community. It still
later
was,
on, everybody knew that it was everybody.
It was everywhere. And
yep.
So when you went out to a club and you got, you always went out with best intentions, but yeah, I'm going to be very careful. And but after 7 or 8 beers, your brain doesn't work the same. At least mine doesn't. It never, ever did. And I can be honest with you. I think I got very lucky several times, and I'm grateful for that. But that's a scary song, man.
Yeah.
Not only because
I knew people that died of AIDS.
Right. I knew one.
It was killing people.
I
and
knew
the
a
thing
guy
is,
too.
you have a biological drive to have sex, and now you have to face the fact that biological drive might get you killed. And that's kind of what this song is about.
Yep.
The opening line of this song is, "Those fortunate risk fate to alleviate fear from within, clawing to trust someone. Monogamy is done easily." I mean, it's just, it's a terrifying song. So you know how sometimes people like to listen to music during sex? This song comes on, you can't. You guys like, nope, we got to skip it. Can't do it.
Yeah, exactly.
This is not a good sex song.
It's not a good sex song, exactly. Yeah. So real quick,
Puppy's probably not a typical sex playlist.
No, it's not Roxy Music Avalon. That's for sure. Which I think is the greatest sex album ever made, but that's just my personal opinion.
It's up there, probably, yeah.
Yeah. Real quick here, let's talk about Addiction. That's a killer tune.
Addiction has an amazing bass line.
Yeah, it does.
Try to play that bass line. It's incredible. The way it just rolls, it's amazing. There's multiple versions of this track. There's Addiction. There's Second Dose, First Dose. So yeah, they released a few singles from this, and Addiction's one. And so
one of the other tracks I really love, and I can't read my own goddamn writing. This is terrible. Drowning Faces, is that it?
Draining Faces.
Draining Faces. Okay, I really cannot read my own writing. Man, that's dark, man. That is.
So Draining Faces and The Mourn are both incredibly creepy songs. When people when you go to an amusement park that's trying to do some kind of Halloween theme and they're trying to make it creepy,
perfect.
It is nothing compared to this.
Perfect for that.
So these two are just terrifying.
That was the other one.
These sound like real horror.
Yeah.
So the Draining Faces and The Mourn, they're back to back, and they're just they're creepy, and they're just ominous.
Yeah, those were the two I was going to mention, and also obviously Deep Down Trauma Hounds, which was that a hit off this album or not?
Yeah, so Deep Down Trauma Hounds is from this album.
Right. Yeah, and that's one of my favorite tracks off the album.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
And
all right, so, go ahead.
Let's also discuss a lot of people. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh no, we're moving now. That's the next album.
All right, there's a few things I need to discuss about this album, but I'll let you continue.
No, I'm going to get to you in one sec. The other thing I just wanted to add was, this is where you hear a more pronounced addition of the guitar. It's not overwhelming. It's not like The Process, or it's not like some sections of later albums.
Certainly not like Rabies.
What's that?
Certainly not like Rabies.
No. But you start to hear actual sections of guitar. That's not to say that there wasn't guitar samples on earlier albums, but this is where you actually hear the guitar more pronounced. So
it's more pronounced, but it is on the earlier albums. Like
Guitar
and Dig It.
Yep.
On mine.
So go ahead, hit us up with your take on this one.
All right. So one of the things that's interesting about this album is it opens with the ending of the album.
That's right. It's circular.
It's a circular album. Now, if you read that, you'd be like, oh, that's amazing, but it doesn't really quite line up.
Right.
So not quite there, but that's the intent. But still, that's interesting, and that's the level of detail that Skinny Puppy puts in. Another thing to listen to is the way these songs kind of flow into each other, which is something that a lot of bands don't do, but Skinny Puppy does. So
I find that very Floydian.
Yep.
Which is also, the wraparound is also something Floyd did.
So this album, I would say, is a masterpiece. this is the album that transforms their sound for the next few albums. And I think the big difference here is that I think this is where, between Mind and this album, I believe is where Dwayne Cattell got his Insonic Mirage, which is one of the first affordable samplers.
Yep.
And it is a pain in the ass to use, and it's really low quality, but its low qualityness can be used for really interesting texture. But there's sampling all over this album, and it's sampling in a way that nobody else was doing. So we had mentioned before that the Fairlight and Synclavier had already existed, and there have been other samplers. There was an Akai that was basically useless.
Yep.
But they were using cork pedals. But what he's doing with sampling here, the way he modulates the sounds, and it's weird stuff. It's like the sounds of like kind of like a he takes the sample from Roman Polanski's The Tenet, where somebody just kind of like groaning and screaming, and they use it as like these background sounds, which is also over the next album, Vivis X6. But the way it's used for Draining Faces and The Mourn, when he like the way they'll modulate it, so you've got a repeating sound and then dropping it in pitch, and then having it go through that PCM delay, so that it just kind of creeps out. They're creating montage. I think they describe some of this as as audio montage, and it's there. They're creating an art form here. I think this is where the Beatles number 9, Revolution number 9.
Yeah.
This is kind of the continuation of the groundwork that the Beatles laid there, and this is kind of testament to how we really can't overlook the importance of the Beatles. They were really groundbreaking, and a lot of things happened because of the Beatles. And I think Skinny Puppy is equally important as the Beatles or as Kraftwerk.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with it. And you brought up Kraftwerk too, because Kraftwerk is
Kraftwerk is immensely important.
Critical.
The importance of Kraftwerk cannot be understated on modern pop music.
Yeah,
everything, all electronic really modern music stems out of Kraftwerk's innovations.
That's a really cool point you brought up about Revolution number 9, because that might be the very, very first montage of cut up sound. And what's stunning about it is the first
on a major release. Music Concrete had already been doing it, but it's the first in like a top 40 album for sure.
Well, that most people knew about.
Most people aren't going to be exposed to Music Concrete, but the Beatles, people knew who the Beatles were.
Right. When you're talking about Music Concrete, are you talking about like Gainsbourg, or who are you talking about specifically?
Music Concrete was like an artist collective, and they were doing stuff, I think, from the 50s on, maybe 60s on, and it's very intellectual, but they use a lot of like noise and objects, and they're really theoretical.
Like John Cale was doing a little bit of
that kind of stuff, or more like John Cage, probably.
Right, or Cage. I meant John Cage. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Nurse with Wound, obviously Stapleton was doing a lot of that Music Concrete stuff from the late 80s on too.
Yeah. Music Concrete, it predates all of that. Music Concrete, I think, the stuff that I remember hearing, I think, is probably from the 60s. It was frequently like the soundtracks to avant-garde films. Avant-garde film really kind of takes off in, I think, the 60s.
Started in Paris,
filmmaking
right?
becomes more affordable, although there's avant-garde film going back to the 1910s.
Sure.
Or I don't know when Ziga Vertov was. Serge, when was Ziga Vertov? Was that before 1910?
Yeah, the one I'm thinking about is.
I'm only asking Serge because he's Russian, but that doesn't mean he's going to know ancient.
Yeah, I don't know that one. No.
All right. So anyway, Ziga Vertov's second film, I can't remember the name of it. His first one is Man with a Movie Camera. That one's silent. Then his second film has sound. I want to say it's called Enthusiasm, but I might be wrong. And it's using this creative, it uses a real creative use of sound, because the Soviet Union had like 8 time zones or 11 time zones and like 100 languages. So they're trying to like unify the country by expressing through just sound, but no dialogue and no writing, because not everyone's going to understand it. And Music Concrete is doing something similar with just sound and trying to do stuff that's unnerving or weird, and so it's avant-garde. Beatles are following up on that with Revolution number 9, and I think the first time we really hear a decent audio montage after Revolution number 9, it's these 2 tracks. The layer of detail in this album, Console Manipulate. Again, I've been listening to this album since it came out, and I'm still hearing new things every once in a while. There's just so many details. There's just so much level of complexity in the programming, and in the recording of this album, and you'll hear it differently if you listen to it on headphones. You're going to hear things that you don't hear when you listen to it on a club stereo or in your car.
Sure.
There's a lot going on with panning.
Right.
It's just a really thought album. It's like when you if you tear apart a great film and you're talking about it for hours and you're looking at like the subtext of deconstructive criticism and how these three things tie together, this album does that kind of stuff.
I agree.
There's just so much going on in this album, and you can tear it apart. You can take any school of critical thought and you can write a paper on this album about it. Deconstructivism, formalism, symptomatic criticism, auteurism. It's all there. It's a layered and complex album, and it's an album that just keeps giving. Plus, it's creepy. It's emotionally powerful, but it's a real technological shift, and it is leaps and bounds past beyond what everybody else in industrial is doing at that time. And for example, like people will say, "Oh, Front 242 is so great. They really pushed the envelope." Throughout their entire career, and including after this, they never exceed what's done on this album. They don't even come close to matching it. Their drum sounds are still canned frequently. Their production never gets as advanced as this. This is a masterpiece, and it's groundbreaking. And this technology is now old, and people could do this now, but nobody thinks to do it. And that's the genius of Dwayne Guitar. This sampler, nobody pushes it the way he did. That's why he's coined as like the real first master of sampling. Somebody mentioned Paul's Boutique before because there's so much sampling on it, but it's still just used in a traditional way with looping. And here, what he's doing with modulation is just leaps and bounds beyond what anybody ever does with sampling.
Well, just to draw a similar line of delineation, that was 1987 for this album. If we want to draw a similar line of delineation, let's go to Frontline. What was Frontline doing in 1987? What album had they put out? That was, I want to say, was that Digital Tension Dimension? Were they that far yet?
I think that might be
88.
after this.
That was 89.
Yeah, that's later. That's when Rice joined, and Rice was just like 14 at that time, so that wasn't it.
Yeah, it might have been State of Mind. I think that was 88.
Yeah.
So it was actually probably 86, I believe,
And I love the State of Mind album, and I love the production on it, and there's definitely a huge Skinny Puppy influence on it.
But it's not at that level.
Matching the complexity.
No, it's not at that level.
But it has a ton of atmosphere, and that's largely because State of Mind is just drowning things in reverbs and delays.
Yeah.
And to a wonderful effect, but it doesn't have that complexity. And it doesn't have the layers. It doesn't have the budget.
Nope.
And what you can really hear is, I mean, there's still, even on the re-releases, there's still a bit of muddiness to State of Mind.
Yeah. The only track on that album that I think kind of not rivals, but is in the zip code maybe of the stuff on Cleanse Fold is Owl's Gang Himmel or whatever it's called. That's a pretty wicked track, but that's more of an ambient track. It's more of a almost like a synesthesia track in a lot of ways, you know.
Yeah. And there's something important we need to point out about this album is that this is put out by Capitol Records. So they get, network licenses it to Capitol, and Capitol, I think, is owned by Warner Music Group. I don't know, whoever. Yeah. Either way, this is a label with deep pockets.
Money.
This album has really serious production values. They spent a lot of money in the studio, and it's a huge difference.
And I believe that's the first one that they sold really big numbers on, right? I think it was like 80,000 copies when it came out, right?
I don't know how these sold.
Like initial release, because they had what they ended up doing by licensing the Capitol is they had much wider distribution at that point.
Yeah, and back then labels were very powerful, and it made a huge difference because when you got on a bigger label, a label has an advertising budget, and they can get the word out in a way that being on a smaller label just never will. Like people will buy it on word of mouth on a small label, but the amount of you can't underestimate what big advertising will do for album sales. Yeah. And so it makes a huge difference on this album. And I don't know how well it sold because it's a creepy album. This is not an album for a lot of people.
I agree.
And it doesn't have dance hits on it. I mean, I'll dance to a lot of songs on here, and I'll play them in a club. But this, I mean, it's this isn't that album. This is a
Nah,
scary album.
it's not a club album. I agree.
But
Imagine like
artistically, it's a masterpiece. This
I agree.
album is a work of art.
Did you have any
So,
other
again-
song thoughts? Did you hit everything song wise you wanted to?
Let's see. Well, I don't know if we're going to talk about the live album.
Oh yeah. Why don't we? Do you have that? Bring that up.
Yeah, I do. But before I do that, I'll just say the Anger here is a good song. The live version, so often when you hear a live album, it's like it's not as good as the album. The live version of Anger is superior to the album version. It's one of the most intense things I've ever heard, and I listen to intense stuff.
Right.
Anger sounds like it's going to follow you home and take hostages and maybe kill some people.
You're talking about Ain't Dead Yet, right? You're talking about Ain't Dead Yet?
I'm talking about Ain't It Dead Yet. Yeah.
Ain't It Dead Yet? Yeah, I would argue that live album is probably one of the better live albums ever. And actually, the video is fucking fantastic, which I watched. I don't own it, but I watched the video the other night on. There we go. Yeah, it's fucking killer, man.
I would argue this is the best live album ever made.
All right, let me let Serge talk about Clem's Fold first, then we'll throw some quick stuff out on the live album. Then. Go ahead, Serge.
Well, I don't think I can add a lot more than what you guys already hit. I mean, that's
Sorry about that.
No. Believe me, I'm fascinated listening to you. I think the only thing I would add is even just in the name itself, right? Like fold and manipulate, like that's kind of describes the album, right? It's a fucking tesseract of music. I would describe as probably the least accessible Puppy album. At its official level, but yeah, I mean, you have to dig into it, and yeah, I mean, like as Kreestof said, it makes you uncomfortable, but there's so much going on.
It's uncompromising.
Yeah,
that's a good word for it. Uncompromising. Yeah.
And since you mentioned live album, because I don't know if we're gonna talk a lot about that. I think anybody who has not seen Skinny Puppy, it's a band you have to experience live. Like everything we talk about them, in terms of creating music, they put the same effort into creating a show, creating a performance. Like Ogre is a fucking maniac, and on stage, it's when I first saw them live, I was just I was not prepared. You know what I mean? So yeah, if you can't see them live, I'd definitely recommend at least checking out video because it's intense and it's.
Well, I was
It's
gonna
not anything one live video, but
I was gonna bring up the live thing, but I kind of figured that none of us got to see them yet at this point. Serge, when was the first time you saw them live?
You know what? I don't remember the year, but it was obviously like later on because I didn't really.
It was post-Reformation then, right?
Yeah, for sure.
That's the same for me. How about you, Kreestof? Did you see them back in their...
I saw them before I was born.
Come on now.
So I saw them in 1989.
Oh, you did see them in '89.
Yeah, I saw them. I saw them in 89 or 90.
For Rabies, or
I think it was there was no tour for Rabies because they broke up after Rabies.
Okay, right.
So actually, now I think maybe it was Too Dark Park in '91 that I saw was my first show.
Yeah, it was.
I should have seen the Vivisex 6 tour, and I didn't because I had a gymnastics meet. So, which is a lifelong regret because the footage I've seen from that tour is absolutely incredible. I think my first tour was the first time I saw them was at the Ritz in New York City.
The Ritz,
and
wow.
It was the Too Dark Park tour, and then I saw them not too long after for the Last Rites tour, and then they broke up again, and then there was no tour for the Process.
Okay,
and then it looked like I would never see them again until they reformed years later.
So how many times have you seen them total?
Maybe 12.
Okay, wow. I've only seen
because on these tours I will go to multiple dates. So I have a story that's too long to tell here, but on that Too Dark Park tour, for example, after New York, drove to DC to see them.
Where'd you drive to? DC.
Washington DC.
Okay. Where'd they play at 9:30 or?
No, the after party was at 9:30, and that's where I met them for the first time. Or
Okay.
second time, I guess. Second time where I really met them. The first time I got them, I just got a picture. Second time I met him, I spoke to Ogre for an hour, and so I'll just tell you right now, he did this really creepy thing where he talked to me like this for like an hour. So he got
Was he
right
on
up into my
heroin
face,
still
like
or no?
this close. And it was so intense, and he never blinked.
Wow.
And so I'll just
What year
never
was
gonna
that?
forget it.
What year was
But
that?
I'm also really honored that I got some of his time.
Oh yeah, for sure. What
yeah.
year would that have been?
That was 91. Before I was born.
He wasn't clean yet at that point, right?
He had said he was clean,
Yeah,
but
probably not.
And maybe he was clean right then, but he did fall off the wagon.
Yeah, right.
I mean, but that's the way addiction goes.
Now, the only time I ever saw him was it was with Serge, and it was the tour that
The Frontline tour.
How Job and Frontline opened.
Okay, yeah, he was Youth Code, House Job, Frontline Assembly, and Skinny Puppy.
So 2014, maybe?
That was a very good show to see.
Yeah, that was a fantastic show, man.
Absolutely.
Because not all their tours are great, but that one was a very good one to see. The Greater Wrong of the Right tour was not very good. But that was a really good tour to see. I think that's the last time that they played in the U.S.
Yeah.
I don't know, you don't really know me, so you don't know my musical taste, but you can sort of see some of the stuff I enjoy. But I'm like, I'm a dude that loves Rush is my favorite all-time forever band. I mean, Rush is the shit for me.
You're not alone on that.
56 times. What's that?
That's the most complex drumming. That like you won't really, unless you listen for it. But if you try to do those hi-hats, good luck. You're never going to do it because he's a maniac.
Neil was the master, man.
Yeah, just like what Andy Summers would do, not in the Police. Wait, not Andy Summers. Is it Andy Summers? What's the name of the drummer for the Police?
Andy Copeland.
Stuart Copeland. That's it.
Stuart Copeland. Yeah.
So Stuart Copeland, the hi-hats he comes up with to keep himself interested. Oh my God, they're so amazingly complicated. And
Killer
again,
man.
Try to play Try to play most Skinny Puppy drums. It's hard because there's a lot of variation.
I'm also a metal guy too. I'm very much a metal guy. I'm a guitar player, so I love fucking, I love death metal. I love black metal. Black metal I'm very choosy about, but I love all kinds of metal, straight up metal. I even like fucking hair metal. Certain bands anyway. But I have to say that Skinny Puppy show is probably in my top 5 shows I've ever seen. It just blew my mind. It's performance art is what it is.
It is performance art.
And not only that, the sonics of that show in a venue that's not really known for being the greatest sonically, and since you're in New York, maybe you've even been to this venue, but the Trocadero down in Philly, not the greatest.
I've been there.
Down there.
I saw 242 at the Trocadero.
Yeah, absolutely fucking mind-blowing sonics from them. They were mind-blowing, man. Just unreal. And
well, I mean, some bands know where to put their money and efforts in. Skinny Puppy loses a lot of money on their tours, and they're very expensive tours. And part of that is like, especially for these earlier tours, where they had tons of props and stage stuff and fake blood and special effects. Right. But also, they bring their own engineer to the venue, and they work really closely with the venues. So for that tour that you're talking about, an engineer that I mentioned before, Ken Marshall, who did my favorite Skinny Puppy remix ever from an album you said we wouldn't discuss, which is Distemper. The Distemper remix, or it's called the Ken Marshall DDT remix of Rodent.
That's such a good remix, man.
It's absolutely the best. It's better than the original version, and that's rare. So Ken Marshall was the engineer on that tour, and he has a YouTube channel, and he talks about the stuff that he does. And when he goes to a venue, he says, the sound guy at this venue, he knows this sound system better than I do because I haven't been here. And even though I'm an experienced engineer, I'm going to work really closely with that engineer and to work out how we're going to get the best sound and how we're going to accomplish things. He knows to form an alliance, and he's really nice to everybody, and you'll hear the difference. And on that tour, you could hear the difference for the other bands, and it's the Ken Marshall difference.
Wow,
so
that's
it's a very So yeah, it's a real experience. But for theatrics, the stuff they did in the '90s and early '90s and late '80s, yeah, I think it probably surpasses what they did later.
Well,
It's more thematically tied together, especially
yeah. I
with
mean,
Ain't Dead Yet.
it takes a lot of cues from early Alice Cooper, and I'm not saying I'm not equating it with that. I'm just saying
Yeah,
that early Kiss. I mean, there's the theatrics of it all is there.
yeah.
There were people that were doing stuff before, but Ogre took it to an extreme level. I mean, granted, he wasn't G.G. Allen fucked up, but he was doing things that were G.G. Allenish without being fucking gross, I guess is the way to put it.
Well, because it's all tied together to theme, which again
Right.
is the thing that I'm discussing about. Like these albums have themes, they have concepts that they're exploring, and they're talking about the horror of the world,
Right.
like the use of chemical weapons, vivisection, abuse of women, addiction, things that people don't want to talk about, uncomfortable things. So in horror, there's a theory that what horror movies are really about is the things that society can't accept and can't deal with. But if you don't accept it and deal with it, then you can't be whole. And so to overcome the horror, you have to identify the other and agree with it. And Skinny Puppy's frequently discussing the other and the horror of humanity and the horror of the human condition. But they're also contrasting it with beauty. And so it just brings up the whole tragedy of it. And that's part of what makes it seem like such an intense and epic band is that, it's bringing up the tragedy of the human condition. And it's all thematically tied together. So what I think for Ain't It Dead Yet, the opening, which is the song Anger, Ogre appears in silhouette. And as he's appearing in silhouette, he's being cut up and blood is being thrown onto the screen. That's his silhouette is being cast on. But other people have ripped that off. And it's kind of like when you watch Halloween now. It's like, oh, we've seen all this before. But all the cliches that were in Halloween weren't cliches. That's the trope originator. And Skinny Puppy is kind of like the trope originator for a lot of live show stuff. So, but yeah, Alice Cooper was doing horror and theatrics, but Skinny Puppy takes it to the next level.
Yeah.
It's like comparing, like werewolf, like old werewolf movies to Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Yeah. Or like the original 1940 werewolf to like Van Helsing or something like that with all the CGI.
Or like The Howling.
It's another level,
Yeah.
Do we want to? Is there anything more we want to say about it? Ain't It Dead Yet? Because I don't own it, but I've seen the video and it's stunning. And,
so it's the best live album I've ever seen. It's done after Cleanse Soul Manipulate, so the songs are largely from the earlier albums here. You can see Ogre manipulating the PCM 42 for vocal treatments.
Yep.
The Kevin. So I believe Ken Marshall was an engineer on this tour. So he's got something called a radio gator, which allows Kevin to hit a drum pad, which triggers a radio, and it'll just do a little burst of audio. So every time they play it, it's different. So I think Streisand gets into this album because it's on the radio as Kevin is hitting.
Where was this show? Was it in Chicago?
Where was this filmed? Let's see.
I'm thinking it was Chicago.
Nope, Toronto Concert Hall.
Oh, it was Toronto. Okay.
Yep. And it was mixed by Dave the Rave Ogilvy.
Dave Rave, yeah. Which we forgot to mention.
He became a huge, big deal producer.
I was going to say, we forgot to mention him.
Well, he's not really a big member yet, or as big a thing, but he's responsible for all the vocal treatments going forward. And they later say that after the first breakup or the second breakup in '95, that they always should have considered Dave Rave Ogilvy the fourth member of Skinny Puppy.
Right. So he becomes
kind of crazy.
Vivisect, is that what you're saying?
So yeah, he's all over. I think his production is all over Vivisect 6.
Because I thought he actually did some production work on the very early demos.
Yeah, I might be mistaken there. He probably did.
I think he did. I'm pretty sure he did. But you're right.
Say that he did then.
He became more of like a fourth member around this time.
And the thing is, he's probably the most successful member now. He gets paid to do like remixes and production on huge bands.
Right.
He's really sought after.
Right. Sorry about that, Serge. You were going to say something?
No, I was just saying, also kind of weird to have the same last name, but unrelated.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no relation.
Well, in Canada, they only have a few names, and they all have to share.
Apparently.
That's why there's Kevin's in the band. That's why every Canadian knows 30 people named Dave, and the Kids in the Hall wrote a song about it.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so moving on, let's hit
And 30
Rabies.
Helens agree.
Let's hit Rabies in 1989. I didn't write down the month.
Nope. Vivisect.
Vivisect.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry.
This album is amazing, and it's uncompromising and harsh.
Yep, September of '88, Vivisect 6 came out, and there's a little bit of and probably maybe something you were going to throw in there, Kreestof, about the 666 connection, the VI.
VI. Yep. So
Right.
Vivisect 6, it's 666, and it's basically saying that vivisection is a horror.
Right.
So this song has what was back then the biggest Skinny Puppy hit, Testure, which was they knew, let's make it a dance hit, but let's sing about something really horrible.
Really
so
nasty.
while people are dancing and singing along, they're always wait, spines cut? What am I singing about here?
Right.
And to think about this real horror, which is that animal experimentation of the 80s is medical fraud. It's done because it's an industry that supports itself, but the research isn't really producing anything viable, and it's not really helpful. It's just a self-supporting industry, and they're just torturing apes and bunnies and animals, and for nothing. And it's just because these scientists needed to get paid, and so they're bringing that out. They discussed this on the Kill to Cure tour. That that's what that was about. That they would strap apes into these chairs before then crashing them, and then seeing how the ape was killed and dissecting them. But they would leave the apes strapped into these chairs for so long, and the apes are so stressed that they hit the ape. When they do the collision, they're all tensed up. But when humans are in an accident, the accident usually takes us by surprise. So we're not like that. So the injuries are different. So the whole research premise is flawed, and they pay for, but somebody pays for it, and they slaughter all these animals in these torturous ways. And you could argue that you can judge a people by how they treat their poor, but you could also say how we treat animals.
Oh yeah.
And Skinny Puppy is certainly saying that this is a very important issue to them. On the Vivisect 6 tour, PETA had a table and went with them on the tour. And Skinny Puppy was vegetarian at that time. And so it's an important issue to them. And this album discusses a lot of horrible things. Like the gas attack talks about Saddam Hussein using chemical weapons against the Iranians and the Kurds. Right. And at this time, in the U.S., Iran is our enemy. So if somebody's killing them, Americans don't care. They're like, yeah, fuck them, kill them.
Exactly.
And nobody wants to sympathize or empathize with them. But here, Skinny Puppy's doing it and saying, hey, using chemical weapons on innocent civilians in a supermarket is horrible.
Yeah, there was a lot of samples from the Iranian, the Iraqi.
Well, the thing that they're saying, that's actually not a sample. That's Ogre, reading off a monologue.
That's right. He's actually reading.
So he's pretending to be a newscaster. Welcome to the morning news. In the latest gas attack. Yeah. Yep. So it sounds like a sample, but it's not. It's actually Ogre's.
You're right. My bad. That was
no, you're supposed to think it's a sample, so it's an easy conclusion. So the song "Who's Laughing Now" is featured in the movie Bad Influence. But this is a very industrial album.
Yes.
And it's very intense. And this one, it doesn't have the layered complexity that Cleanseful Manipulate has.
Right.
But it's much more brutal.
It's dark, man. I mean, it is fucking dark as shit.
Yeah. So it doesn't have the ominous creepiness that that Cleanseful Manipulate has, but this one has a brutality to it. Like State 8, it sounds like a machine gun.
Or when
these songs kind of sound like war.
The drumming,
or like Dog Shit. The single is called Censor, and it's brutal. Now you talked about the DX7 before. The DX7 is on this album in a few places. So and it's on DX Gas Attack. That bass, that's a DX7.
Yep. I mean, you talk about like Dog Shit. That lead off song it's in your fucking face, man. It is kicking your balls in.
Yeah, and it's a really noisy intro. And when I remember when I first heard it, I didn't like it, and now it's one of my favorite. But it's because it's scraping. It's like nails on a chalkboard almost.
It is.
But but now I realize like they're creating a world with these sounds, with these repetitions. It sounds like broken machinery. This is, I could easily argue this is probably their most industrial album. Because they don't really want to take a label, but this one is probably the most industrial.
Yeah, I would agree. And a lot of old, what I would say, old long-term Puppy fans kind of seem to feel like this is the benchmark in a lot of ways. At least that's what my research.
I love this album, but I love all the early work.
Yeah.
I think for most people, their favorite album is Too Dark Park, which is still 2 albums away at this point.
Yeah, I was about ready to get to that. The one song on this I really fucking dig is Hearthstone White.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's like the super atmospheric track on here that I just
it is.
And Tester obviously was the hit, and that's dancey, but like you said, it's talking about grim shit that you can't mistake. Because the one thing about Puppy that is always pretty pronounced is they make sure that you hear the lyrics, because Ogre is spending a lot of time. They may manipulate a lot of the vocals. They may put things through tons of processing, but you usually can still hear what the lyrical content is about. And I have one other one here that, of course, I can't read my fucking writing.
Well, I will point out that on this album and on Cleanseful Manipulate, they do give you the words. They don't do that on their early albums. So
as
if you
far
wrote
as like a lyrical
records,
insert, you mean?
What'd you say?
As far as a lyrical insert, you mean on the?
Yeah, there's a lyrical insert, so you can find what the words are. On the early albums, they're not there.
Okay.
But if you wrote to Network Records, Nevek had written them out, and they would send you photocopies, and they were in his really interesting handwriting.
Oh wow, that's crazy, man! I did not know that. See, I've been relying on you to show everything. I have copies of some of these, but I haven't looked at them in a long time because I listened to all the digital.
So I have copies of those, but they're in storage somewhere.
Right.
They've probably been destroyed by moisture and mice.
You actually have some of the handwritten copies?
I have some of the handwritten Xerox.
Wow, that's badass, man. Yeah. That's super cool.
Remember, back then, there was no internet. There was no way to get into this information. But if you wrote to them, they would send you Xeroxes.
Yeah.
And a lot of artwork was Xeroxing. And so even the way that they would do the typefaces for these, this is before computer-aided design was really mainstream. So the artist here was using something called Letraset. And he would have to like basically pulling decals for every letter for when he would put up like the lyric sheet for this. And so the amount of work and detail he did on this is amazing. This is another Stephen Gilmore cover. So at this point, he's done the last 3. I think he's done them all up to this point. He leaves after Rabies. He gets replaced for Too Dark Park with an artist named Brain Eater. And he returns later. And it's amazing work.
Yeah, he did the work on the process, didn't he? I believe.
Yes, he did.
Yeah. All right. Did you want to touch on any other songs real quick, and I'll let Serge jump in?
Well, State Aid's a really brutal track. Testure's the big hit. There's several versions of the single. Who's Laughing Now? I mentioned was in the movie Bad Influence with Rob Lowe and James Spader. Dog Shit's amazing. It's amazing lyrics. The production on it is amazing. The single was called Censored. It's not as good, but it's an interesting take. The re-release of this has a bunch of extra songs. Yes, He Ran, Pumpkin Park Zoo, Second Opinion, Fungus. I can see why all these were left off, but I think some people like them just because they're a little bit less uncommon.
Fungus is all right.
The other one we talked about is Fritter, Stella's Home. The end of that is so intense. It's like it's this drum loop. I've actually sampled it so I could keep repeating it. It's very intense. And it's again this album and the previous albums, they sample a lot from Roman Polanski's The Tenant, and so that's samples from that, and it's just kind of brutal. This track's a big influence on Ministry for the next few years.
Oh yeah, big time.
So the song Grace doesn't occur without this one.
Serge, what you got?
I think you guys mentioned most of the things. Yeah, Dog Shit is probably. So my 3 favorite tracks here was Dog Shit, which is I love the the actual instrumentation on it, the guitar and actual like live bass. was pretty cool. Hearthstone White, and as you mentioned, and Testure were those are like my good three tracks. I think Vivisect was the second album I bought after after the process, after the first one.
Yeah, Vivisect was my second album after Mind.
I got to be honest with you. I don't remember what the first album was I bought. It seems to me it might have been Cleanse Fold, but I just can't recall. I'm old, man. What do you want?
So I got them out of order. So Cleanse Fold was my third.
Okay.
Well, so this is the single for Censor.
Serge, I'm sorry we keep coming to you last, but
no, believe me, it's fine. It's totally fine.
First on this next one before Kreestof and I fly away.
Which, by the way, it's funny. I was just looking at the lyric insert. So they don't make it easy on you even reading the lyrics, right? It's just great text, right? So unformatted.
What's got there? Testure.
That's
single.
The Testure single. Mm-hmm. That's the Censor. There's also a poster for that one.
And then what do they have? Other remixes of the same songs, or do they have other bonus tracks?
Oh, there's other mixes.
Right. That was the big thing back then in the late 80s and 90s to do 8,000 remixes and versions of these songs.
Well, here there'd usually just be a couple. Especially in the 80s, you'd probably do a dub version for DJs, and then you'd release some B-sides.
As a complete aside, I think I know the answer to this, but I'm curious. Are you a big fan of Gary Newman?
Of course.
All right, dumb question. I figured I knew that, but
yeah.
we gotta
Our Lord and Savior, Gary Newman. Yeah,
we gotta do a deep dive on Gary Newman because he's probably my favorite of all the electronic artists. So we'll talk about that later. But anyway,
well, I know that Gary Newman must be a Skinny Puppy fan, and obviously he's a huge Nine Inch Nails fan.
Absolutely. So we're moving on to 1989. I didn't write the month down. I think it was August. I could be wrong. The album Rabies comes out. And what is interesting to note about this album is that Ogre brings in Uncle Al. Uncle Al joins the fray. And there is some, and this could be one of those things where the story has changed over time as well, but there was some there was already some issues developing here to some extent, and they bring in Al Jourgensen, who is, Ministry, mainly all Ministry, and they bring him in to do some production and to do some co-writing with, and he's involved in the project. And 2/3 of the band aren't as crazy about this idea as 1/3 of the band is. Kreestof, what do you know about that? Oh, hold on, I just muted you. All right, what you got?
All right, well, Jurgensen's brought in to produce the album. At the time, the man has a license to Shit Cold Records. Everything he touches turns to gold. He's producing lots of things besides Ministry, and these guys are on tour, and they would joke, Ministry would play a venue after Skinny Puppy, and they'd have to look at all the fake blood. If Skinny Puppy, was at a venue after Ministry, then there's all the real blood. So I love Ministry, and I think Ministry is much more accessible. It's not as complicated as Skinny Puppy. Skinny Puppy is the more advanced band. On the other hand, Ministry is much more enjoyable a lot of the time. It's still beautiful stuff. I think Al Jourgensen is a brilliant programmer. Despite all the tension of the band on this album, I think, and this album is a really divisive album for a lot of Skinny Puppy fans. I love this album because some of my favorite Skinny Puppy tracks are on this. And at least my favorite song of all time by anybody ever is on this album. But there's a lot of tension in this band. A lot of bands just can't get along after time, and there's always fighting, probably about money or power, or creative directions. And it's like, I want to do this, and I want to do this. And at this point, they've still properly negotiated and got stuff happening. Got stuff on the album that was really working.
Sometimes creative tension is good,
And yeah, and I think there were a lot of executives involved in these albums, and maybe they helped mediate these conflicts. I don't know, but they're really successful in all these other albums. The band doesn't really like this album. A lot of the fans don't, and I think it's because this is very different in some ways. Like, for example, we've talked about the ambience that's in a lot of the albums. The ambience isn't really here as much.
You're right.
You know, you don't have you don't have audio collage samplings used differently. The production is very different. On the other hand, it's driving, it's accessible. People that like guitar are going to love Tin Omen. And it's got Spawn Dirge, which is like a jam session, which is a real creative, detour for Skinny Puppy, but also amazing. You know, and it's very different. But what they're doing with it, it's very impressive. It's a testament that they could have this jam and it would still sound so intense and dramatic, even though it's an improv. But behind the scenes, I think, quite famously, Al Jurgensen is a heroin addict at this time, and I think he gets Ogre back on heroin.
Yeah,
and
I think so.
I think I've heard different versions of this, but one version I've heard is Al's telling him, "You don't need these guys. Come be in Revolting Cocks. You know, leave that band. I'll make you a star." And so Ogre gets a Revolting Cocks tattoo, goes on tour with Revolting Cocks, and announces, "I'm leaving Skinny Puppy." And Skinny Puppy, you know, they're devastated, you know, and so there's no tour for this album. They've broken up. Fans are devastated. Luckily, this breakup doesn't last because things went bad between Al and Ogre at some point.
Yeah.
And he wrote about it on. He's written about this, and Too Dark Park maybe about this, but the one version I've heard is that Ogre was sent out to go score, and this is in Chicago, and when he went out to score, the drug den was raided, and he ran off, and I think he was probably high as fuck, and he was in one of these. He ran off into a park in Chicago, and there were rolling hills, and it kind of influenced him. And but I guess however things went down with that, it soured the relationship. I think Ogre might have felt like that Al knew that the place was going to get raided, and that if it was, Ogre as a Canadian would be banned from playing in the U.S. and then Ministry would lose competition. Is that true? I don't know.
Hard to
It
know.
could all be hearsay, so I don't know. But for whatever reason, that relationship gets soured for years. As far as fans know, remember, I don't know the insider stuff on this, so I don't know. I can't fact check it. But it does seem kind of consistent with the fact that Jurgensen is frequently, well, let's say, I would say most likely Al Jurgensen is a paranoid schizophrenic. I don't think he fakes being crazy. I think he really struggles with mental issues. I think his addiction grows out of those issues.
Yeah,
and it's a shame because he's an incredible talent, and I think he burns bridges a lot. And you know, you can see that he does this with Paul Barker all the time. He's incredibly abusive to Paul Barker.
He's a very
Paul Barker's a saint
guy.
For what all he could put up with, but he's got a genius to him. But he's difficult to be around. I've met almost every industrial musician except for Jurgensen. You know, I've done the nod thing, but I don't. This is somebody. It's probably better off I don't meet him because it might burn me. And I'll tell a story that I met. I got to meet another time I met the night that I met Ogre. I met Dwayne, and all we could think to ask Dwayne is, "Where's Ogre?" And I feel so bad about that now because now looking back on it, I know that Dwayne was the real genius at the time, and I'd wish I'd gotten to know him better. And so I blew that. But anyway, that's what I know about Al Jurgensen. It's souring the band. And I guess after things don't pan out with Ogre and Jurgensen, Ogre's back with, he comes back with Pigface. He covers up the Revolting Cocks tattoo, and he rejoins Skinny Puppy again.
Right.
But I think the relationship is always strained after that.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, clearly. What, excuse me. Excuse me. What tracks do you want to highlight?
Well, the best song ever written by any band ever is Warlock by Skinny Puppy, and it's on this album. So it features a Roland SVC 350 vocoder, which is the rack mount version of the Roland VP 330 vocoder, which is a very famous vocoder from the 70s. which is also a string machine, but this is lacking the string machine. It's gorgeous. I used to always hear people would always say, "Oh, it's a Korg DVP3," and it's not. It's not that cheap vocoder. It's the expensive Roland. It's better. It's features samples from the Beatles, who we mentioned before, so that's an obvious influence. I mentioned before that Revolution Number 9 is an influence. So this samples Helter Skelter. Samples Charles Manson. I need to point out now, because it doesn't age well, sampling was not cliche when this came out. Now it's a bit cliche to sample stuff, but back then you had to kind of have it. And it fits, it's thematic, and there's one of the interesting quotes in it from Charles Manson is, "The police used to watch over the people, now they're watching the people." That certainly is, that's become much more obvious today with the oppression that especially the black communities get from the police. But it was happening really bad in the 80s too. In fact, there was at that time, the police had called in an airstrike on a house and got people wiped out. So, or if you think about the Black Panthers being raided by the police in the 60s. So it was a real thing. They talk about it. The song's beautiful. It's epic. The strings are written by Wayne Gittell. So Kevin had started working on something, and he had written some drum parts, and then he went out. They were getting ready to go to a club, and so while Dwayne was waiting for Kevin, he started writing this, and eventually, when Kevin came back, he turned it on. He was like, "Oh my god!" And it's beautiful. It's just beautiful. Amazing. But it's also a perfect example of how it's. Remember, I was talking about tragedy before. I believe that this song, and it's hard to say what Skinny Puppy songs are about because of its fragmented lyrical style. I believe it's about animal experimentation as viewed from. So there's a test that was done on animals for cosmetics called the Rays test. So they would strap down bunnies and then put stuff in their eyes. So I think that's what Wasted Views, That's All They See Blue, is about. Like that the experimenters are probably nice to the bunny before they torture them. So, and it's like abuse so cruel. What is it? White coat changes nothing. So, I mean, that you have these scientists, they look like they're clean, they look like they're professionals, but they're really monsters. Right. So I think that's what the song's about. It's epic, it's tragic, it's beautiful, it's just so intense. The drums, the way they're sequenced, they go a little bit off time, but they go dramatically to where they're supposed to be. It's got a bass line that's just kind of pushing. I suspect it might be a Sonic SQ80. But it's just a beautiful track. It's a true masterpiece. And it stands out on this album. Other songs back then, at this time when this album comes out, people are talking about what's intense and be more like Ministry. So you've got Fastest Jock Itch and you've got Tin Omen, which are both kind of like, they're heavy. Yeah. Tin Omen is a heavy song. It's a lot like hardcore. The way the drums are, and it's fast, and Fastest Jock Itch is really fast and hard. And then you've got this epic, beautiful slow masterpiece. It's only like 92 BPM, but it's just gorgeous. So the other thing I should talk about from this album is Rodent was in the commercial for Glengarry Glen Ross, and that's why I saw that movie.
Oh, really?
Yep. So the trailer was just some brass balls bouncing against each other, and in the background's like, well, I have to go see that movie now.
Oh, shit, I didn't realize.
The thing about Skinny Puppy fans is like you're either a casual fan or you're a fucking fanatic.
Yeah. Yeah.
And obviously you can tell where I've come down on that.
Right. I would not have connected those two. Yeah.
I had no clue that I didn't know that. That's crazy. Yeah. This is also Gilmore doesn't do this album, right? I think it's somebody.
Nope, this is Stephen Gilmore.
It is still him?
Yep.
Why did I think it was somebody else? Maybe
I think it's let me take a look. But the next one isn't. But this one is.
Okay, I thought I read that it wasn't, but I may have.
I think you're thinking Too Dark Park.
Well, I definitely know that one wasn't, but.
So here we've got that kind of Letraset lyric sheet.
Stream of consciousness, yeah.
Nope, Stephen Gilmore typography, sleeve design.
Ah, nice.
Yep.
Cool. Serge, what do you got on this one? Here, I'll go last. I don't have much to add. It's hard to follow him up.
Well, obviously, mentioned Warlock, right? So, Hexon X on X is a fun one, which I think that's one of the closest Puppy has sounded to maybe KMFDM.
Well, at this time, KMFDM's not a thing either.
Yeah, well, maybe KMFDM sounded like reverse, right? So I don't remember when the KMFDM started. Honestly, I don't know the
I think
time.
that was their first U.S. tour was on a Ministry tour, and I think that was 90.
Yeah, so I mean, so clearly an influence on KMFDM, I should say. I really like Rivers. It's kind of like almost like a pastiche kind of, but
it's a really creepy, great bass line.
Yeah,
throbbing. It's really throbbing.
Yeah, and again, a track I love, which maybe people don't really like, look too much attention to, is Coraline.
Yeah, I like that too.
Coraline is one of the only tracks Kevin Key does the vocals in.
When I hear it, I imagine it as an opener of a live show. That to me feels like that's what it should be.
I believe that was the opening for the Too Dark Park tour.
Well, it makes sense to me. Just that's how I visualize it.
Although they didn't do the thunder at the end. And by the way, that's a great example. Like the sound effect they use for that thunder at the end, it sounds like real thunder. It's not like if another album did this, they would use a stock sound effect CD from like the 50s and it would sound super fake.
Right.
And you can hear the rumble of the thunder and it sounds really real. It's probably something that they recorded. And it's fantastic.
Yeah, I don't have much to add. Did we mention that Greg Reilly made an appearance here with some production, I believe?
We didn't, but he does, yeah.
Right, and I think it's his first
and he goes on to do all the frontline stuff.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
And he's probably the most important producer in Frontline's history, except for maybe Adrian Sherwood. Exactly.
Yeah. Tin Omen's great. Rodin is fucking. I love that song. That's killer. What you got there?
That's the single for Warlock.
Okay. And like you, the single Warlock is just a fucking masterpiece, man. It is mind-blowing. A mind-blowing song. I don't think, having been a prog guy, I was used to hearing vocoder vocals earlier than this, but I don't think there's a song that I can think of that vocoder is, and that's just taking into account that TNI came out, a couple years after this, probably like 4 years, I think. 92, right?
That sounds right.
And I love the use of the vocoder on that album. It's fantastic. But on this song, Warlock, it is just so fucking cool. And when I first
it's perfectly executed.
Yeah, it just is. And this song just has something to it. Like whenever I have tried to turn people on to Skinny Puppy, I never say go get Cleanse Fold or go get Remission. I always say go get the Singles Collect, because
that's a good way to go.
It's almost perfect.
Although Warlock isn't on the Singles Collection, right?
I'm pretty sure it's on the one I have. The Singles Collect?
Let me take a look.
I think it'd have to be, right?
Well, I guess it depends which one. So I'm looking at the 12-inch anthology.
No, that's not the one I have. The other one, though.
Yeah, I see. There's more than one. So this one is Dig It, The Choke Addiction, Deep Down Trauma Hounds, Serpent Chainsaw, Assimilate, Stairs and Flowers, Texture.
Well, I can finally show one that maybe... Here we go. So, this is the one I'm talking about.
Oh, that's much later.
That's
after they've broken up and gotten back together.
Oh, yeah. It's a comp. It was later.
Well, that's a good way to go then.
I grabbed it specifically to have all of the really killer tracks all in one.
Yeah, well, I should also point out, like, all these singles that I'm holding up, after the initial run, you can never get them again.
Right.
So if you didn't get them originally, there's no way to get them. So if you can get the collection, do that. So these things all go out of print.
Exactly. Yeah, you got it. Well, it's like Frontline did that same thing. Now, I mean, if you get online and go on eBay, you can find them, but you're probably
By the way,
gonna.
Frontline doesn't do that on purpose. Frontline Assembly jumped record labels like over and over and over.
Right,
and
right,
also
right.
Their U.S. label won't be the same thing as their European label.
Right,
And a lot of these labels go under, and once they go under, yeah, they're not getting re-released.
right,
And the
right.
way the legal rights get held up, it's a nightmare.
But I imagine you could probably find those Skinny Puppy singles. You just got to dig for them online. You got to
Maybe on eBay, yeah.
on eBay, yeah.
Also remember, when all the stuff's coming out, there's no internet. There's no
right,
eBay.
exactly.
And there's some used CDs, secondhand CD stores, but it's hard.
Yeah,
So
the other one that
I used to have to special order this stuff, and a lot of times it would take me. There's some of these took me years to get.
No shit. Wow. The other one that Serge brought up is Rivers, which I think is really, really cool too. I gotta say though, this album's like a 50-50 album for me. 50% of it I really, really totally dig, and 50% of them kind of on.
It's fair, I think.
I can't say the same. I do love this album. It's very different. I see why people are divided on it.
Right.
I don't get 50-50 on any albums until the process.
Okay. Yeah, well, we're getting close to that. So, how about we move on to Too Dark Park? Because I think that's where we are, right?
Yep.
And that came out October 30th, 1990. It's pretty short. It's only 38 minutes long. And I would honestly conjecture that this is probably their most intensely industrial album of the mid-period stuff that came out. That's it. Oh, Tormentor. Okay.
Yeah, that's the single.
The single, right. And, the artwork, obviously, we mentioned that this isn't Gilmore.
This is Brain Eater.
Right. It's got all these creepy little monsters on it. And it also changes the logo to that SP logo. But I really love the artwork for this thing. I think it's really cool, personally.
I think it's funny, but it's kind of like almost of a psychedelic.
I mean, you could argue that it's cartoony, but I kind of, like you said, it's more psychedelic, like a bad trip.
Well, psychedelic is an important term to use for Skinny Puppy. Ogre has commented that they don't really like the industrial label because a lot of the bands they were getting lumped in with were very militaristic and kind of driven and kind of static and really quantized. And Skinny Puppy was more like mushrooms and weed.
Yeah.
And it was like loose and atmospheric. So they always thought they were more trippy.
I think if I really had to really categorize Skinny Puppy as just experimental music. That's like the bigger umbrella.
Serge, why don't we start with you on this one to throw some conjecture out there so we don't drown you out?
All right. So Tormentor, Nature's Revenge, I love. I kind of love their mid-tempo tracks with some melody, Shoreline's Poison. I love the guitar on TFWO. Grave Wisdom is kind of like a hectic track that is, I kind of dig.
Yeah, it's nuts.
Yeah, and Reclamation again is, I love atmosphere of any kind, right? So, and also I think that shares a name with one of the Frontline tracks, right? But yeah, those were my standouts. I think this is what one of, I guess, if you think of a Skinny Puppy album, it's one of the first that comes to my mind.
And where did you pick this up? Like, where did this show up in your? This
was later. Yeah, I kind of ended up going back, right? So forward and then back. So which is similar, kind of what I did at Frontline, because again, I kind of came into both of those bands in the middle, right? So.
Yeah, I think what I'm going to do is you and I are going to go first, and we'll let Kreestof wrap up. I think it's the best way to go here.
Yeah, that's probably
Yeah. I think for me, this album and listening to it kind of solidified that it's probably my favorite, but it's also my anti-favorite in a strange way. And the reason I say that is that there's a ton of heavy sampling on this album. It's super percussive, super beat driven in most of the tracks, and like Convulsion, when that thing opens, man, it's fucking unrelenting. It's like getting beat in the face with a fucking sledgehammer. It's just, and you're enjoying it. That's the weird thing. Tormentor, same deal. While that's the single, and there are pretty moments to it, they're buried under a lot of layers to everything that's going on over top of it. Spasmolytic is fucking off the chain as well. Those first three tracks are just like I said, it's like getting fucking beat over the head with a sledgehammer. But then you get to a song like Nature's Revenge and Shoreline Poison, which are both the more ambient, not ambient, but more atmospheric type tracks, or cinematic, as you use those words. And I really like those two tracks quite a bit. Grave Wisdom, is intense as fuck. And I really like Morpheus Laughing, too. There's something about that track that...
Yeah, that's a good one as well.
That drags me in every fucking time. So when I said to you, and I don't know if you knew this, Dust Kreestof, I said we'd do a top 5 at the end. I don't know if Serge told you that, because I kind of came up with that at the last second, but I struggle between this and Last Rites as being my favorite album by them for various different reasons, but I think this is probably my favorite. But again, it's almost a reluctant favorite, if that makes any kind of sense. It's almost like, man,
It's hard to choose.
well, no, but what I'm getting at is I feel dirty picking this as my favorite. Mainly
Why do you feel
because
dirty? Because it's not as guitar heavy?
no, yeah, because I'm a metal guy and I should like
Yeah,
more
but that doesn't
structure.
matter. This album transcends.
But a lot of this is very non-traditional song structures. There's
It's
not
insanely non-traditional.
right, and that's why I'm saying I shouldn't like it like I do. And that's
Yeah,
what's
but
cool
it
about it.
doesn't matter because it transcends.
But you see what I'm saying though? Do you
Yeah.
get where I'm coming
The
from?
problem is it transcends. When something
Right.
transcends genre, you're powerless. You just have to
But that's-
accept that it's awesome. Because
But that's why I made the statement that
Yep. No, I understand.
you know what I mean? Because I'm a,
Mhm.
when I pick up a guitar and I start writing a song, I want it to resolve in certain ways. This album, this particular album, has a lot of songs that don't resolve the way that you think they should resolve. If that makes any sense.
No, it
Yeah.
absolutely does. And that ties back into Kevin Key not having a traditional music background.
Right.
And him showing Dwayne, I know you think from a minor chord you can go here, here, and here, but look, you can go here too.
Right.
And that's something that Sting from the Police does all the time. He makes really weird chord changes and key changes, stuff that nobody else is going to think about. And if you're a musician, you're like, holy crap, what did he do? Why? I mean, it's
Why
just
did he do
nobody
that?
else is going to think of that.
Right.
Kevin Key and Skinny Puppy do that all the time.
Right. So go ahead, hit us with some of your observations.
All right, so I have so much to say about this album. So it's a masterpiece. This is the one that every Skinny Puppy fan can agree that they love. So, and you're right, Convulsion hits hard right from the beginning. It's like, it sounds like, what's that sound? What's it sound? And then it just grabs you and says, holy fuck! It's like, there was a roller coaster at Great Flags called Batman and Robin the Rock. And all it did was it just went like this and then back. So
Right.
there's nothing to it. There's no turns. It just goes like this, like just straight up, right?
Right.
So you think that's gonna be boring. And once you do it, you're like, oh my God, what have I got myself into? I'm gonna die. Because it was so fast and you pulled so many G's when it did that loop around, you had to take your jewelry off because you're gonna get hurt. And I remember me and all my hardcore friends, we got off this thing like we'd just been in a terrible accident. Because it hit you so hard and so intense, and that's the way this album starts. It's just brutal. And it's not that it's the most epic, big sounding room that it's in. It's the composition. I think it's a weird time for the opening. I think it's probably in 3/4 time, but it's intense. And the opening line is, he's seeing monsters. He's losing his mind, and he feels it going. And that's how you feel when you listen to this. So it's hard hitting right from the start. This is a perfect album though to explain how form can transcend composition. You guys mentioned Shoreline Poison. If I gave you the notes for Shoreline Poison, you can't cover this song. It will never sound right. This is part of the genius of Dwayne Cattell. Yes, so much of this is about sound design. And a song like Shoreline Poison, if you don't have those sounds, you can't make that song. And I've heard people try to cover the song, like Leather Strip and bands on the internet that nobody cares about. And it's never going to sound right because they made these sounds. These aren't presets. And one of the things I'm interested in synth archaeology, I love finding presets that other people use. Like, oh, here's the Fairlight sound that Brad Fiedel used on the Terminator 2 soundtrack. And that just delights me in no end. And on this, because of that Skinny Puppy Edge, they sometimes use presets, but it's rare. And but the way they manipulate the sounds and turn them into these samples, a song like Shoreline Poison becomes a song that you can't sample, and it's even hard to describe. You just have to experience it, and that's the thing about this album. It has to be experienced. Now, there's another song that doesn't have that kind of really complex sound design, but is amazing, and I found it shocking, and that's Nature's Revenge. Nature's Revenge has my favorite synth bass out of anything I've ever heard.
Yeah,
I think it's the Sequential Circuits Pro 5. And I own a Behringer Pro 1 just because of this sound. It's amazing. It's deep. But this song has an acoustic guitar in it. And when it kicks in, it's like, oh my God, I can't believe there's an acoustic guitar in it. Yeah. And I had to go back and realize there's guitar all over Old Skinny Puppy. And I always think of it as being a synth band, but no. There's guitars right from the first album on. But it's not really in your face. And when this acoustic guitar comes in, like, what? But it fits. It totally fits. This album it's creepy, it's intense, it's brutal, it's beautiful, but it's impossible to replicate. No one will ever make anything like this again. And even they couldn't reproduce this unless they have their original sample banks.
Right.
And I know they've got stacks of discs and they might be able to do it, but this is an impossible album. It's a work of art in that sense. It's made in the studio. The production is insanely important on it. I'm really good at synthesis. It's going to be really hard for you to find somebody that is better than me at like making sounds or understanding what synths are used for things or how they're. And so much of this album just mystifies me. Like that bass sound in Tormentor. I don't know what that is. You know, it's a really cool sound, and when you hear it, you're like, that's an interesting sound. It's really striking. The sound design on Tormentor, that's why that was a single.
Yeah,
and yet, what does that sound? I don't know.
It comes down to sonic architecture. The sonic architecture of this album is really unique.
Yep, and that's something that we need to discuss, and that's TFWO. TFWO is, for me, the weakest song on this album, and it's the most traditional. It's very guitar-y, but it's very important because it's about the philosophy. So if you don't know, and a lot of people didn't know, because back then there wasn't really internet, and there was no way to find this out, but he, on a Pigface album, when Ogre toured with Pigface, they did a live version of this, because that's a perfect song for a traditional band to do, and that's what I dislike about this song. I hate it when I see an industrial band and they bring out an acoustic hit, like, oh, now it's going to be like a rock band doing covers of electronic songs I like, and now I'm mad. And but even though Kevin Skinny Puppy used both, they used acoustic drums and electronic drums together, and they're one of the few bands to blend that smoothly and seamlessly. It's just breathtaking that they've accomplished that, and it's something nobody else can really do. Frontline Assembly has done it sometimes, but it's rare that they pull it off live. Skinny Puppy frequently did.
Right.
So TFWO is it's a much more traditional song, but what makes it important is that what it stands for, and he screams this when he says it, because nobody knew what TFWO stood for, because this album lacked the lyric sheet, which was present on previous albums. So I think in a re-release, lyrics were released with it, but on the original release, the lyrics weren't there. So on the Pigface album, he says, TFWO totally fucking weirded out. And then they later explained what that was. And it's important to understanding how Skinny Puppy works, and it's right from the beginning. When they're making sounds, like they're taking synthesizers and they're making them do stuff that they're not really supposed to do. Like, oh, that's a good sound, but you got to weird it out. and then they would make it. So it's like, all right, that's good. It's totally fucking weirded out. Now you can use the sound. That's the design principle. It's all over this album. It's all over all of their albums, and it's one of the bands that makes Skinny Puppy sound special. No band sounds like Skinny Puppy, and that's the difference. They do use some presets. Like I own some presets from an SY77 and a TG33. Yeah, so that's the re-release. So the lyrics are there, but on this one, I don't think it's there.
This is 1990, which like I don't know when I got this though. Probably wasn't.
All right, I don't know. This one does have the lyric sheet too.
Yeah.
But this one's horizontal. But it doesn't tell you what TFWO stands for.
Right.
But in an interview, Dwayne and Kevin were talking about it and their sound design process and how they would say, oh, that's a good sound, but you got to weird it out. And so, by weirding it out, what they usually mean is adding modulation, like orthos or envelopes to change. Frequently, what they do is they're modulating pitch or they're modulating volume, especially on Vivisect 6. There's a lot of sounds that cut in and out,
right,
and that makes it like kind of shaky and kind of intense. Yeah. But they also and then the live stuff, they're frequently doing like these wobbly pitches, which later becomes very common in the genre dubstep. And people say dubstep invented that. Nope. Lots of bands were using sine wave LFOs for pitch and volume before, and Skinny Puppy, it's all over the place. So the modulation is all over it, but also then through effects, reverbs, distortions. They call it vocal treatments. And so, like, for example, nobody sounds like Ogre before then. Before Skinny Puppy, vocal distortion was not a common thing. And that's one of their big influences. And when the Beastie Boys eventually started using distortion, probably influenced by Skinny Puppy, and then everybody started doing it. But before Skinny Puppy, nobody was really doing that. Even Ministry wasn't doing it. It started with Skinny Puppy. So this is this album. I listen to this album I think this is a perfect Halloween album. I listen to it, even though it's not like the creepy stuff that Console Manipulate is.
Right.
There's something it just screams Halloween and fall to me. I've listened to this album in October every year since it's coming.
That's great, man. Yeah, so, it's a killer album, and
yeah. So I'll give you an example. Rash Reflection has like for the modulation, there are these sounds that kind of raise in pitch in an unnatural way as if they're playing backwards. Super creepy. And we already talked about how Shoreline Poison is a song that's impossible to cover. Grave Wisdom, has a good intensity to it. TFWO is the one I don't like. Reclamation is another creepy one, and Morpheus Laughing, it's one of their best songs, and I can't tell you why.
Yep, I agree. All right, we'll move on here, and we'll hit Last Rites next. And I think, like I said, we're going to go first and come to you last, if you don't mind.
Good idea.
So in March of 1992, Last Rites comes out, and this album, there was a lot of turmoil in recording it. There was a lot of edginess going on, and between the members of the band. There was a large feeling, particularly with Kevin Key, that Ogre was spending a lot of time focused more on his solo possibilities and solo career. But they did finally get this thing recorded, and this is the last album for Network. They are done with that recording contract, and then they are courted by and brought onto a big major, and we'll get to that in a few minutes here. But again, sort of a turmoil in the writing experience was relatively difficult with Ogre doing a lot of his work at night, Kevin Key and Dwayne Gattell doing a lot of their stuff during the day or earlier when, in other words, they were kind of two ships passing in the night a lot of the time with the recording of this album. So you could kind of see the writing on the wall starting at this point in 92, which would culminate in them splitting up in a couple of years yet. This album, again, right there for me, it's 1 and 1A with Too Dark Park. This album has a lot of ordered chaos in it, I would call it. It's a little bit more ear pleasing than Too Dark Park in many cases, but not entirely. There's a lot of really, really good. Oh, one thing to mention too is that at this point in time, at least from what I understand, and we'll get to you then, Kreestof, you can kind of clear me up if I'm saying something out of turn here, but I believe that Ogre's addiction to heroin was growing pretty strong around this time.
And cocaine.
Okay, yeah, cocaine, which is a really bad combo right there, man. I mean, they're both bad combos. But
So at this time, he talks more about cocaine than heroin, but heroin's been a problem for years already.
right,
But he's gone clean on heroin before. I don't know if he's on heroin on this one, but cocaine definitely.
and
he's not the only one.
And I was going to say, well,
Dwayne also develops a
we're going
heroin.
to find out that Dwayne's got a pretty bad heroin problem, and it appears that Kevin Key's the only guy that I don't know. It just appears like he's the only guy in the band that wasn't affected by substance abuse. He maybe was using, but I don't know if he was abusing.
Well, he's a lifelong pothead. He smokes weed every day.
Right.
And I think that does affect him later.
Sure. I mean,
but still, pot doesn't affect you the way heroin does.
It's a lot more safer than.
But I do not know what his relationship is with cocaine or heroin. But
yeah.
He's quite vocal about his pot use.
Yep. So now on this one, I'm going to kind of go with most of the obvious choices here. Love in Vain, obvious killer track. The Killing Game, which you could almost kind of call a ballad if you want to call it a ballad, is just a fucking badass tune. River's End is another one of my favorites on here. And I can't fucking read my writing again. Nowhere. I'm sorry? Nowhere, thank you. That is pretty pathetic that I can write this shit down. Now, I was doing it before we were starting the stream, so I was in a real bad hurry. But I cannot fucking read my writing.
Well, yeah, you've got a cold. You're going to give you a pass.
Well,
believe me, I cannot read my own handwriting either. So.
Yeah, but that's pretty pathetic.
There's a reason I type everything.
Yeah.
And finally, the track Download, which might be my favorite track on the album. It starts out with, pretty chaotic and pretty intense, and then it drifts into this dark ambient drone thing that is just so cool. And Serge knows this. You don't know this, that's Kreestof, but I'm a huge fan of dark ambient and drone. I'm a big-time Lustmord fan, and, guys like Nordvarger and Drock and Traum and Thomas Koner. I love that shit. And Contact der Jungling. I love that stuff. So that song reminds me a lot of the dark ambient stuff that I like. It's pulsing. It's hypnotic. It's cinematic. Again, we always keep using the same adjective, but they're accurate to use.
Well, I mean, this is a band with aesthetic values, so they use these aesthetics a lot. I mean, there's principle and theory behind what they're doing.
Haunting is
it's not as for them. I don't think it's as articulated as it is for them with Kraftwerk. But Kraftwerk comes from an academic background in music. But they definitely have a lot of theories and beliefs, and so that's why these things are consistent.
But yeah, this album has some real haunting moments on it too, and that's another thing that when I listen to Skinny Puppy, though, that's another word that creeps up a lot. I mean, I'll give you, to be honest with you, the song Warlock has some very haunting sounds on it. And
it certainly does.
What's that?
It certainly does.
Yeah, and so, I hate to keep using the same words. It's like, as a death metal guy, we always use the same adjectives to describe it. Crushing, brutal, but that's what the sounds evoke when you're hearing them. It's what it does to your brain. It's what it does to your sympathetic nervous system, and it's how you interact with the sounds that you are hearing and the feelings that it evokes. And my favorite moments with Skinny Puppy are those haunting visceral moments, and those creepy moments and those scary moments, but the beautiful moments as well. And Last Rites has quite a lot of those on it. And I would say it's probably my second favorite album. I'll have to look at my list to make sure that's where I put it. But Serge, what you got, man?
All right. So let's see my notes. Love and Vain. I really love like towards the end of a song when the synths kick in. Again, those like the little moments that I love in music where almost gives you goosebumps. You know what I mean?
Right.
Killing Game. I love. Again, I love their slower tracks. Nowhere's a crazy track that stand out to me. Inquisitions of kind of a fun dancey track to me. Scrapyard is fun, is interesting because it's kind of like it almost feels like you're listening to something on the radio and it just changes channels. Something is fighting for that frequency. I love River's End. You mentioned that. Circus Dance is one of those, completely creepy tracks that they do well. And you mentioned Download, right? Like when it transitions into that drone phase, I love that. So yeah, this is definitely one of the top albums for me. I don't know if I ranked them exactly yet, but I'll figure it out by the time we get to it. But they're definitely top 3 for me.
Cool, good stuff. Before we move on, I want to, since Falafel's been our main guy like he always is, particularly for this, and I had actually talked to him about having him on for Skinny Puppy. It just worked out, Mariano, that with your connection down there, I didn't want to risk it. And also with having Das Kreestof off, I knew this would get pretty deep, and I wanted to try and keep this thing in the 4-hour, 5-hour range. Hopefully you're good with that, Das Kreestof.
It'd be good if I had known in advance, but I'll have to take a pee break eventually, but I'll be all right.
Okay, well, we can do that, no problem. Although we're probably going to move quicker through the latter albums than we are on this core group here. But he actually brought up that Last Rites is the last amazing Skinny Puppy album I feel is a product of a really unique time. And I personally agree with that. That's my personal assessment. However,
Yeah, this is the last great Skinny Puppy album.
However, I didn't give a lot of time to anything after the process until very recently, and there's one or two really, really damn good albums in there. So not on this level though, but
this is the last great.
I agree. So, Kreestof, let's go with you, and then what I think we'll do is, since we're at the process next, we'll let you go take a piss break.
Yeah, all right, because after that there'll be less. I mean, the other albums we don't have to go as deep on.
Right, exactly.
So I'll just hold up. This is the Inquisition single. So Inquisition has really good sound design. Again, this one is another Ken Marshall production, who became like their key production engineer and mixer from Two Dark Park on, and Two Dark Park being the masterpiece, and he did the fantastic Rodent remix that we mentioned earlier, although that doesn't come out until later. The original release of Last Rites has a pressing error. The first 40 seconds are missing. And then every track on it is 40 seconds off, and the first 40 seconds of Love and Bane are missing. The first 40 seconds of Love and Bane include samples from Aleister Crowley from an old Wax Cylinder recording.
Oh, that's
also used by Al Jurgensen on Ministry's Land of Rape and Honey on the song Golden Dawn. So Love and Bane, big, stompy, good track. It's got a similar drum pattern to Depeche Mode's Never Let Me Down. Killing Game, yeah, it's the ballad. It's the highest production value Skinny Puppy video. And even though it's like a bunch of midgets just kind of following around, I'm sorry, little people. I mean, no offense there. But it's the editing. It's really, really fast, high-speed editing, and that pulls the video together. The video for Tester tries hard, but it doesn't have the budget for the special effects to pull off, so it comes off as a bit cheesy. Whereas what I like about the Dig It video is that although it's low budget, it's working. It does something that you can do within that budget, and so it's like a collection of tableaus, and some of those work, and like little 80s gimmicks, but it just kind of works. I mentioned before the song Nowhere, which is from this album, which was re-released without drums on Brap 3 and 4 as Uranus Canceled. It's gorgeous, and yet with these drums though, not to discount how great this version is with the drums, because they're just so big. This is probably the biggest sounding drums, I've ever heard. Maybe Meat Beat Manifesto's Genocide would be in competition for that, but it's just huge and epic, and that's what I want music to sound like. And that's what I'm do here. Mirror Saw is people are gonna like it because it's kind of ambient and it's psychedelic. There's a lot of atmosphere to that track. Inquisition was the single and the hit, but let's talk about Scrapyard. Scrapyard is brutal. It is this album's convulsion. It's really intense. I think it's in a weird time. Again, this one might be 3/4 time. And it has a real interesting break that goes off time, and that's one of the things that makes it uncompromising, where it just stops. Then there's a sample of Uncle Buck where he gets hit by a bowling ball, like, and then it comes back in, and it hits you like if you've ever been in the ocean and a waves like takes you by surprise and knocks you into the sand, and then you get dragged for a few feet. That's what this song does. It just overwhelms you, and it's like that epic thing about how big life is. So Scrapyard is an intense track, and that's on this album. River's End is a sequel to Rivers from Rabies. The synth work and the bass line. So that's cool. Ogre talks about how he failed on this album, and Less Chance has no vocals from Ogre, and it's got a lot of repetition. And I think where there's a lot of repetition is supposed to be where Ogre was singing, and he didn't. And that's where you can see the breakdown of this band. As you can even look this up on Wikipedia, they talk about how Ogre recorded vocals at night, and then the band came in to work at the day. That nobody's getting along and nobody's talking to each other. And this used to be a band that used to be very close. There were times where, like Ogre said, they were so close, he could walk up, say hello, kiss Dwayne on the lips. That's how close they are. And at this point, nobody's getting along. And this is one of those things where it has to be all three of them. It's like the Beatles. If you don't have all three of them working together, it falls apart. But at least they're still working, but it's fracturing. Less Chance is a scary song. It features sounds from photography. I think, for me, it's really scary. And I think if it's supposed to sound sexy or hot, it doesn't for me. But I don't think it is. I think they're using it in a way where it's like, hey, yeah, other people are sampling porn and making their songs sound sexy, like French Kiss. And we're going to do the same thing, but we're going to show you who we are, and we are scary. And it is. Circus Dance also has kind of big epic drums, the way that you would see right before like the break in a hardcore song. I mean, it sounds like something's about to happen, and it's just epic and huge, but it's very synth. And if you hear this with the bass on, it's similar to Basement. It's deep, it's really well produced, but it's bottom heavy. It's a big song. And then Download, it's just kind of all over the place, and it's another audio montage, and it's very digital, and it's maximizing digital technologies that were available at that time, which were new. So it's this is the last great Skinny Puppy album. Even though you can see the flaws there, it still has a lot of stuff going on. I don't like this album as much as Too Dark Park, but Dwayne was very proud of this album for how uncompromising it is.
Very good, man.
So that's what I have to say about Last Rites.
I kind of forgot about something, but and Serge, you may not remember this because it just dawned on me. When I opened up my Last Rites album, I opened it up and I found
track 10 is missing.
An autograph inside. You see that?
Yeah.
And now I remember. I got to meet Kevin Key.
Yeah.
I'm old.
Kevin Key, who is this tall.
I'm sorry?
Kevin Key, who is this tall. If you meet Kevin Key...
I can't see you because I'm... Oh,
okay.
He's tall? I can't remember.
He's like this tall.
Is
Kevin
he really
Key
tall?
is a giant.
Yeah,
It's also important to point out that Kevin Key was impossibly good-looking as a young man. He was, I think he was a model when he was in Images of Vogue. Yeah. And, I mean, it helps that he's tall. But yeah, he's tall, he's handsome, but he's also really kind of... When he wants to be evil-looking, yeah, he could be really evil-looking. Like, he looks really evil and dig it. And I told him that, and he took it as a huge compliment.
Really? I guess he lives out in L.A. now, right?
And then also, he would make, on top of being really tall, then he would put his hair up like another foot.
Well, exactly.
So-
Yeah, he has the dreads.
But these guys were giants, and also Bill Lieb is tall. So when these
Yep.
guys walked in, they loved going to clubs in Vancouver, and
Yeah.
you knew that when they walked in, everybody
They were ominous looking. Yeah, I
Yeah.
met Bill. I met Bill 3 or 4 times. He's actually a pretty nice guy. He's pretty.
He's
cool.
very nice. He's very sincere and very humble.
He's not menacing at all. In fact,
Nope.
when we saw him for the Day of Darkness Fest back in 2018, Serge and I went down to see him, and he came out to the bar, and I ran up to him and talked to him, and I had met him in '96. Him and you call him Rice, I call him Reese. I don't know why, but
I don't know what the correct way is.
I'm not
I
sure.
thought it was Reese, no?
What's that?
I thought it was Reese, but what do I know?
I thought it was too, but I don't know.
I've read it more than I've heard it, so
Right.
I'm just pronouncing it the way it came off in my head. I don't know the correct
But now
way.
Reese is short like me. I'm only 5'8", so he's a little guy.
I
you're
think
right.
5'8" is the ideal perfect height for men, and anybody who says differently is wrong.
Well, I agree with you.
Yeah.
But Bill's pretty tall.
Well, you got to have the mohawk, though. You know.
But he was
Well, with
pretty
the mohawk,
drunk.
I'm 6'7".
Oh yeah, exactly. It's like the what is it? Chevy Chase in Fletch. You ever see that?
Yes, I have.
6'10"
Humphrey
with the
Bogart
afro.
was 5'8".
Yeah, right. So, but anyways, yeah, Bill's very, very cool, nice guy, man. Signed all my stuff, very cool. And he's actually asked me, he's like, "Why aren't there more people at this festival?" I'm like, "Dude, I have no idea." But that was a fun one. So, all right, so good stuff on that one. And now we're moving
one
on.
last thing about Last Rites. There was a song cut off at the last minute called "Left Handshake," which had lyrics by Timothy Leary, and although Timothy Leary said yeah, and Timothy Leary knew Skinny Puppy, and he said yeah, you can use the samples, but he didn't own the rights to these recordings of himself, and the rights holder said no, you can't use it, so they had to pull it the last second. And I mentioned how the first 40 seconds are missing and how the truck thing is messed up.
Right.
So it's been blamed on the last minute pulling of that song. I don't know if it's true.
That makes sense.
After Skinny Puppy broke up in '95, they got back together to do a concert in Europe, which they must have paid them a ton of money to bury the hatchet over. And somebody was walking around with giving away free CDs of Left Handshake. And I'm not saying it was Skinny Puppy because they're legally not allowed to give it out, but somebody gave it out.
Wow, cool. Do you want to take a quick break, Kreestof? We have somebody here, Britta Christensen. Britta, hi, how are you? Is that somebody you guys know?
That's my girlfriend.
Oh, well, that's cool. Very good. Well, there's obviously one girl watching.
Woohoo!
That's cool. Why don't you go ahead and hit the head real quick, and Serge and I will gear up for the process then.
All right. Yeah, you guys can start talking about the process.
All right.
Jeff, why don't you kick it off?
So, to be honest with you, this is where I ran out of time to pull my notes over. So, this basically, when they left Network and were done with their Network contract, they were signed by American Records, which was the precursor to Def Jam, which was what the fuck's his name? Rick Rubin.
Yeah.
Rick Rubin's label. So they recorded by, what would at that point in time be a major, big time U.S. label, and they were signed to a 3-record deal, and they started working on the process in 1993, and it literally took them until I believe 1996 to put it out. Right?
Yeah.
You had that.
Released in '96, yeah.
Yeah, released in '96. Yeah, I think it came out mid '96, like summer '96. And I remember this is when I became really aware of these guys. And I remember thinking that this album, when I heard it, had to have been influenced a lot by FLA's Millennium and Hardwired, because Hardwired came out in '96. Millennium came out in '94, and there was, Millennium was on Roadrunner, and that was a big, big label at the time, and they threw hundreds of thousands of dollars at that album, and they lost tons of money on it, and it was only a 1-album deal with Roadrunner, and it just seemed to me that the process was kind of another American label looking to capitalize on the whole industrial thing and add a lot of guitars to it. And
Well, actually, that's why I got to disagree. I don't think it was the influence of Millennium. I think both Millennium and the process are taking a lot of influence from the direction Ministry had turned.
well, that's a great point
because Ministry was selling big and it was very popular, and Jurgensen had gone heavy guitar.
Right.
And so even Front 242 had put out some guitar songs on their Upheaval
and also
Evil Off albums.
And also Trent had too as well with
well, Trent, I mean, remember, the Pretty Hate Machine is not a very guitar-heavy album.
No, just
that doesn't happen until the Downward Spiral.
Right.
Really. I mean, well, actually, no, he does get Best Metal Album for Broken, which is still the only song to win a Grammy with the word Piss Bucket.
Oh, right. That's true. What year did Downward Spiral come out? Was that 92? Falafel's going to know. Falafel knows. I know he knows everything. I want to say 92 or 94.
94.
94, okay. So
yeah, Adrian Ballou is responsible for a lot of the guitars on the
right.
Spiral.
There's another look at where, you're right though, Ministry album, Mind is a Terrible Thing.
And I know, so I think Frontline was also trying to capitalize on the success of Ministry. And Wax Trax was doing huge at this time. This is before Wax Trax imploded. And Wax Trax imploded huge.
Right.
So everybody went very guitar. KMFDM turned into a guitar band around this time.
Yep.
So I think it was just everybody thought, oh, that's the new thing. Let's all jump on the bandwagon.
Let's all jump on the bandwagon.
But for the process, breakbeat had come out, and Dwayne would start laying something down that was a little bit breakbeat or techno. Remember, when Skinny Puppy starts, there's no such thing as techno. Techno comes out later. And you know, there were people doing interesting things in techno. So if Dwayne started writing something that was techno-y, Ogre would be like, well, I don't know, it sounds a little techno-y. And like, all right, we don't want to fucking do. All right, we'll give you something with guitar. And then it's like, all right, so he would do the stuff that was guitar. That's the way the writing process was explained in one movie. So and I think that's why you have that big, heavy guitar sound, because Ogre didn't like the techno stuff. And they couldn't remember, you know, there's stuff besides those two extremes.
Right. And I mean, the album isn't bad, but it's not that great either.
It's not coherent.
Yeah, and I mean,
it's not consistent with other Skinny Puppy.
It opens strong. The first two tracks are really, really great.
They're the best tracks on the album.
But then it kind of, and then what's the third track? Now I don't have any. What's it? What a Candle.
Yeah.
The Candle's an interesting tune in and of itself, but it starts to drag after that, and there's really only one or two other songs, and I'll have to look at my notes while one of you guys are talking about that. To me, there's only about 4 or 5 songs on the whole album that I find that interesting, and you know, it's just.
Same.
And the other problem that really arose from it was, as I said, it was a 3-album deal with American Records. That by the time they got to releasing it, American had reduced it down to 1 album because they dumped so much money into trying to get these 3 guys to get this thing recorded and put together, that they were like, fuck this, basically. And my sense is that it never, ever recovered half the money that they dumped into it. And
probably not.
And here, of course, there was a lot going on with the drug issues, and with Ogre pretty much checking out, because they moved, Dwayne and Kevin moved back to Vancouver, and Ogre stayed in LA, and they finished mixing it up, I believe, in Clear Mountain Studio, I believe. And there was a real disconnect between the Key and Patel section of the band and the Ogre section of the band. And then, of course, unfortunately, Patel ends up overdosing, I believe, a little bit after the album came out, correct?
No, before.
Before.
Oh, it was before. So when did it come out? Did it come out in November?
Let me take a look.
I'm sorry, I just didn't. When was it?
One of the things about this album is that the album was finished recording long before it was released. Because I'd met a manager of theirs in an airport who just had a Skinny Puppy jacket. I didn't know who he was, but I was like, hey, where'd you get the Skinny Puppy jacket? And he's like, I'm the manager. And he had a pre-release CD. So I had it months before anybody else did, just because he took pity on me. But he
Oh,
just
wow.
said, I don't want to see this on the internet, so I didn't release it or share it, you know, out of respect.
That's a lot of trust.
Yeah, I know,
really.
because I'm just a weird guy in an airport. But I'm also, I'm a fanatic, and maybe he was afraid. I don't know.
It was.
So, but it was released February 27th, 1996.
But he died. But Cattell died in August of '96. Oh, '95.
Yeah, I think he died he died in 95. He was 31 years old.
Right. What's really odd about that is that my son was born on the day that Dwayne Cattell died. How's that for weird?
Let's hope that he's the reincarnation.
I don't think so. But August 23rd, 1995 is when my kid was born. And
All right.
you know,
And what was your son's mother's maiden name?
it wasn't a. I don't think there was any relation.
No, I'm just saying now that I have his birth date.
Yeah, right. Oh, yeah, shit. Okay. Well, that's great. I just put that out there on the fucking internet. I didn't say his name or anybody's name, so there we go.
Yeah. Well, what's worse is what if you got it wrong? Now he's mad at you. Let's just go with that. You got it wrong.
That's a good point. Let's go with that.
He's just mad, but nobody knows what his real birth date is.
But yeah, so how about we go to Serge first, and I'll circle back to my notes quick on the songs so that I can speak to it. And Serge, why don't you start, since this was you said was your first album, right?
Yeah, and I think because of it, I kind of have a sentimental value of it, so I still love that album. Again, I kind of love the first 3 tracks, as you guys mentioned. I like Cult as well. I love the strings on it. Blue Surge, not just because it's named after me, I guess.
Sure.
But I kind of dig the synths on that. I like Mortar, and I like Amnesia. Amnesia is another one where I kind of dig the synth work. So I don't know. I actually do like a lot of the tracks on this album. So, but again, I think it's similar to like when we discussed the Frontline. The first album you listen to, you kind of attach more value to it, whether you like it or not, or whether you want to or not. I think. So there's some definitely some bias that comes along with that. So.
Yeah, real quick, Blue Surge is definitely a cool track. I like that. It's got a real techno vibe to it. It's very beat driven. Groovy, has some odd samples in it, but it's very clubby and danceable. So I like that one a lot.
It's Kevin Key's first use of a modular synthesizer.
Oh, is it really?
That's what it's named after. The Serge is a Serge modular.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. So it's not named after me. Yeah.
Well, it's really okay. It's you, but he says it's the Serge modular synth that he had. But it's really about you, Serge.
I'm looking here real quick at my notes. Unlike you, I don't really like Cult, the ballad. It's another ballad, and I don't know. I just don't. That one doesn't do it much for me. I think the chorus is really lame on that. However, Hardest Head, that's a really hard driving, hitting techno piece. Has a very Bauhaus vibe to it, and I don't know if you guys agree. You might not at all, but I kind of. Granted, it's hard to know what Ogre's voice really sounds like because it's so effect-laden a lot of the time.
Oh, there's albums where he releases it, and it's a very flat voice. There's no vibrato to it, and he sings flat on some other albums.
Well, I was gonna say one of the things that struck me with Ogre's voice is he has a bit of a Peter Murphy vibe to his voice, but that may be because of the effects that are going on. I don't know.
Probably more of it.
You think? Okay. Because I think Peter Murphy is one of my absolute favorite vocalists of all time, and and he takes a lot from Bowie, obviously, but Peter Murphy just has that rich, resonant, ethereal, fucking haunting, of course, vocal line, and it seems like on the process you hear some of that with Ogre's voice, but it may be what they're doing with the effects that are going on. So, all right, Kreestof, what you got?
All right, well, let's start with the singing and the Peter Murphy comparison. So, Skinny Puppy's not really known for singing up to this point. He's been famous for drone and moan and vocalizations and screaming, but not
Right.
really singing. And that it comes up for later Skinny Puppy, and that's part of what makes this album so divisive. So the band's not getting along. This is the album that breaks them. They get signed to a major label. There's 5 different producers come through this album, and I think they're trying to mainstream Skinny Puppy, and part of that
Yes.
is, and especially what you're talking about with the singing, that is probably the Martin Atkins influence. Martin Atkins is a freak of nature with talent, and the fact that he can play the most amazing like drum stuff while singing complex stuff well. So I'm a terrible drummer, and if I just think something,
Oh
I
yeah.
can't. It'll fuck up my drumming.
Impossible.
I don't understand. How
I
people
can't
can
talk.
sing.
If I even think something like I'm gonna speak, I'm gonna blow
I
my
agree
drum.
with it. Absolutely.
And he's singing like beautifully while playing drums on Pigface songs.
Yep.
So he's amazingly talented. So Rick Rubin is quite famously of Def Jam. He starts his own label, signs Skinny Puppy, both anti-music, but they're trying to make Skinny Puppy into something much more mainstream, and it
Yep.
kills it. And nobody gets along, and the band breaks apart. The breaking up of the band absolutely is what kills Dwayne. He's devastated by the breakup of the band because that's his thing. This is what he's dedicated his life to. He's only 31, and he's in this really big, and I would say the most artistically important band of the 20th century.
Right.
And it's over, and they
Yep.
really believe it's over. And this album, he's got to be disappointed with it. But really, that Ogre says he's done. I think that's why he spirals down psychologically. He struggles with drugs. He tries to get clean. He goes to his parents' house.
Yep.
He's going through his fan mail. Someone sends him drugs. He overdoses in his bathroom and dies.
Yeah.
It's incredibly tragic. I think he was a very sensitive and sweet person, and his pain got him. And I don't think he knew how to deal with his feelings. I don't know. I don't know how anybody would deal with the loss of being in Skinny Puppy, and now it's over at 31.
Yeah.
So it's an incredible tragedy. And if you look at Skinny Puppy before Dwayne and after Dwayne, you realize what a catastrophic loss this is. And don't get me wrong, Kevin and Nivek are both really talented, but it's just like all the post-Beatle projects; it's never the same.
No, I'd argue one thing with you there. All
Yeah.
things must pass. All things must pass is a fucking masterpiece, man. Hands
So I said
down.
again, all things that pass what?
All things must pass is a fucking masterpiece. I think it rivals
Okay.
anything the Beatles did. But go ahead.
All right. So anyway, so this album has a lot more traditional stuff, and yeah, I do think part of that's the Martin Atkins influence, but also Martin Atkins is kind of blamed for the breaking up of the band because behind the scenes, it's rumored that he's telling Ogre, again, you don't need these guys. You're a star. Let's do a band together. You just drop this. This is done. They're nobodies. Nobody's going to give a shit about them. People will flock to you because you have star power. And to his credit, Ogre does have star power. He just has a charisma to him. He could just do like a magic trick, like whoop, whoop, and it's like, oh my god, because you want to watch this guy. He's now Kevin Key. I mentioned he's ridiculously good looking. Ogre has presence. Ogre, is a little bit of a weird looking guy, but he's also super athletic. So he definitely has like a heroic quality to him, but he has a magnetism. He's got like a magnetism. So what were we gonna say, Serge?
No, it's like he's a front man. He's really
he's a real front man.
that role.
So he's got this quality. So I understand why people are trying to poach him. And he does wind up doing a project with Martin Atkins called Ritalin, which changes his name to RX because of the copyright thing. But I agree. Jaya is great. The first track.
Good too. Yep, that's good too.
That's the most Skinny Puppy track on the album. It's doing weird stuff. It's a little bit like Convulsion. It doesn't hit as hard. It's beautiful, but it's weird. And it's the most Skinny Puppy tracks. Other songs on this, they're a little bit more traditional. And Blue Surge, has that, like, I think where Dwayne Gittell was interested in breakbeat. The drums are a little bit, it's kind of techno-y. And then the synth work, it's weird, but I think it's because modular synthesis. Kevin Key went down the modular synthesis rabbit hole in this and eventually formed his own modular synth company.
Oh, did he? Wow.
Yeah. So, but yeah, so the band falls apart. It kills Dwayne. I don't really love this album, but a lot of people, I can't say it's a weak album. What it is if they hadn't followed, if the albums before this hadn't been so good, then I'd say, oh yeah, it's a great album.
Right.
But
right.
They've already pushed the bar so high that now whenever they don't reach that bar, it doesn't measure up. And I don't think any of their work post Last Rites, reaches the bar that they had already set. They have a lot of good tracks, but as whole albums, nothing really gets to that same point.
Well,
and that's why I think a lot of albums like The Process get unfairly judged because of the bar they had set with the previous album.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, and especially when you look at it in the context of when they came out, and it's hard if you do it by looking back. Like for Serge, whose first album is The Process, all these other albums, when they come out in context, are groundbreaking. But if you're looking back on them, they don't seem groundbreaking because they've now that they've broken that ground, other people have tread that ground. So you don't realize how unique all these things were when they came out, but they were. Nothing else has sounded like this, and they're incredibly influential. And The Process, there's nothing influential about it. It's not pushing the same envelope. It doesn't. And if I was going to break this down under different critical schools, it's not really breaking down walls with formalism. There's no deconstructivism or symptomatic stuff to do on this. They had this idea about doing it about the process cult, and it doesn't really take off. The theme doesn't hold. It doesn't reach you emotionally, and that's why this album for me is a failure. It doesn't break ground aesthetically. It doesn't transcend genre the way the other albums do,
right.
And it doesn't hit you emotionally the same way. Like, don't get me wrong, Death is heavy and it's hard. That song really moves. And Jaya, it's weird and it's kind of creepy and something's happening and it's atmospheric. But the rest of it, there's a lot of good production moments. And again, for anybody else, this would be a great album. But it's only in the context of their other work that it fails. But if they hadn't followed up with all this other things, like if this had been some band's first album, oh yeah, it's a masterpiece and it's great. But I mean, it's no Skinny Puppy, and that's the problem. Skinny Puppy is the greatest band ever in this genre, and this doesn't measure up to their previous work.
I would honestly argue that there are a lot of derivative moments on it. And
yeah, there's a lot of great moments, but it's just not a cohesive album. But that's all you hear about the behind the scenes too. It's just this album's all over the place.
Yeah.
And it's because, like I mentioned before, like with Kraftwerk, they really have aesthetic ideals, and those aesthetic ideals are on all 8 of their albums.
Right.
Like they've got like all that Stockhausen theory, and they just never change because Kraftwerk is rich before they start the band. So they have no reason to sell out, so they never do. They're just going to do what they believe in, and they do it for their whole career. And Skinny Puppy has all these aesthetic beliefs that are like kind of powering all their albums, but they're not really as present here. This album lacks cohesion.
Yeah, and I think, again, Falafel brought up industrial rock metal was huge in the 90s, was one of many. And that's really true. There was a lot of those albums coming out by a lot of these bands, and a lot of them were very derivative of one another.
Yep. And this is actually when it all collapses, too.
Right.
Wax Trax collapses at this time.
Right.
A lot of these bands decide, all right, you know what? We went from like doing really industrial, really interesting programming and groundbreaking stuff, and now we've done a little crossover like Ministry did with metal, and then they just come out and they start like being, all right, we're going to be rock bands because that's what's really big and popular. So bands like Sister Machine Gun and Die Wall were going for, and instead of being keyboard bands, they come out with a acoustic drum kit, bass, a guitar, and 2 singers, and it's terrible. And all these bands, just because they go from being big fish in a little pond to little fish in a big pond, and they all collapse. And then Wax Trax collapses.
Yeah. I mean, there was a couple, I do think, I'm a huge Frontline fan, and I don't think I could make the argument that they're as important as Skinny Puppy, but I think you could make the argument that there's a 1 and 1A or a 1 and 2 hierarchy going there. But But the thing is, like, when I revisited their material, I still love Hardwired. That's probably my favorite.
Hardwire is a great album, and that's a perfect example. After the collapse of industrial metal and after Millennium, they make a very, very electronic album. And there's guitar on Hardwired, like Search and Destroy.
Right.
But that's their most technically ambitious and complex album. That's their most Skinny Puppy album.
Right.
Yeah.
And Mortal could be a Skinny Puppy track.
Oh, it could. Or Neologic Spasm.
Neologic Spasm is really, so that album contains my favorite my favorite synth bass outside of Nature's Revenge, which is a really rare. It's a synth I'll never own because it's incredibly unreliable and it breaks down. It's called the Oberheim MX. It's used on this and it's used on the Downward Spiral in Closer, and it's on Hardwired. It's on Neologic Spasm and Infrared Combat, and it's Hardwire is a great album, but yeah, they went electronic. They switched back and something I'll give credit for Frontline Assembly over Skinny Puppies. That Frontline Assembly has always been much more prolific than Skinny Puppy.
Oh, by far.
Big gaps between Skinny Puppy albums.
Right.
Frontline's always releasing.
Yeah.
It's a job for him, and he does his work. And as a result, we have a lot of Frontline Assembly to listen to.
But
and
see, I think also
the best, but there's a lot of it, and he does a lot of great work.
I think also, like, when I went back and listened to it, I'm pretty sure Millennium or TNI was my first album. I can't remember which one, but
that's a great start.
When Millennium came out, I was like so blown away by it because I'm a metal guy, so it makes sense that I'm loving this. Revisiting it again, it's not as good to me as it was when I first heard it. All those Pantera samples and Sepultura samples, they're cool, but they're not as good. Like, for me, Hardwire was the perfect symbiosis of metal and electronic and ambient and dark synthesis, and also TNI was kind of a perfect marriage of all of it. Didn't have much guitar. I had a little bit of guitar, not a lot, but there's just great songwriting on it, and it's more of a, and so, like I said, I wouldn't argue with you that Skinny Puppy's the most important. I would gather, and I don't really have any way of knowing for sure, but I would gather that in terms of sales numbers, I mean, I would guess Skinny Puppy sold more than Frontline, maybe?
Yeah. The only thing, I mean, here's the thing. Bill Lieb has had greater success because he has that Delirium.
Yeah.
So Kevin Key never went platinum, but the Process did, the Process and Last Rites both were in the Billboard 200. Frontline Assembly never cracked the Billboard 200.
Okay.
So, but Delirium went platinum. So,
yeah.
I mean, I know that Kevin Key is quite envious of that. And, Kevin Key does have a respect for Bill Lieb and Rice Folder.
Oh, yeah, they speak. And I think they're still buddies. I mean, they went out on tour with them.
For a while they weren't, but I think they buried the hatchet.
I think so, too.
I think a lot of the people in that scene, despite, having divisions at one point or another, have kind of grown to respect and, be okay with each other eventually.
So, yeah, well, Kevin Key has a Patreon where he does like live videos kind of like this one, and he'll interview people. And one time he did Reese Fulber.
No shit.
And he talked about when Reese had been around, like hovering around Frontline Assembly, but when he really joined in, he did, his first thing that he did with them was the single Mental Distortion and what's the A side of that? Is it Isolate?
I thought it was stuff on The Last Command.
Well, no, the first thing he did was a single, and he'd anyway, the important thing is it was Mental Distortion and another song. It's early Frontline.
Right.
I mean, he'd been kind of in it, but where he was officially a member was this. And remember, they all kind of live near each other, or they live in the same buildings, or they're going to the same shops. And so Kevin bumps into Reese and says, "Oh, you're working on this thing? Yeah, you got a tape?" So they go back to Reese's and they listen to the tape. And Kevin goes, "Oh, this is really good. You guys are a threat now." And that, so that's when he had his respect.
Right.
So it really kind of bumped things up a notch. So
well, I think Reese, in all fairness, I think Reese brought a dynamic to Frontline that wasn't quite there with Bill, and that was his programming knowledge and his ability to create sonic architecture, kind of like Cattell did for Skinny Puppy in a lot of ways. That's what I would think.
Well, I can tell you from what Reese has described, So Michael, like when Michael Balk was in, yep, Balch, whatever. So originally, Bill's doing the programming with the Atari 1040 ST, and then whatever Michael Balk was using in the Balch. Whenever he left, Bill just wasn't upgrading, and he really kind of stopped doing the sequencing. So Race came in, and he started taking over like the programming. So Bill comes in, he'll like play out synth riffs and write, and he'll do stuff live and come up with the ideas, but he makes his partner on it, and that's changed for different. You could say there's a lot of iterations of Frontline,
Right.
but whoever the partner is doing the bulk of the programming, but it's being overseen by Bill Lee. And you could think, all right, so then he's not really writing it, except for when you listen to what these people are doing when they're not with Bill Lee, it's completely different.
Yep.
So Bill Lee is not just the vocalist; he's definitely like the director of Frontline Assembly, and he's also like a writer.
Yep.
But other people are doing a lot of the work. Bryce Fulber is a workhorse,
right?
And so and he's very good at production, and so he's a great strength for Frontline. And
absolutely. And I mean, when Reese left, Chris Peterson came in and did the Reese thing, and then they had Jeremy Inkle in. Jeremy Inkle came in and did a lot of that. So,
oh my God, what Jeremy Inkle did! I love the album Echo Genetic, and I wish I'd talking to Jeremy Inkle.
Yeah, it's a shame.
Such a shame
that we didn't have you in for Frontline. We can maybe revisit that for some of the stuff that we get into later. But okay, we probably better get back to the albums here.
Real quick though, before we do that, on that note, so Kevin Key, by the way, has a great like social media presence. I think he's a cool follow. When recently Ministry screwed Frontline on their tour, Kevin definitely came out on the Frontline side. So
yeah, he wasn't too happy about that at all.
Yeah, I believe Frontline found out from a social media post like everybody else. That's not right.
Yeah.
All right. Dust Kreestof, do you want to pull up any of those and just give us a quick 2 or 3 minute, 4 minute sort of dissertation on some of the stuff like the BRAP, the BRAP stuff and the distemper and that kind of stuff. Yeah, I have that one.
All right, so this is BRAP 3 and 4. So this has some older tracks. My favorite track from here is probably "The Soul That Creates," which is like an 808 or 909, but it's so processed that it's a little bit tricky. It has Uranus Canceled, which we've discussed a couple times already. It's got some weird live versions and alternate versions of things. It's fantastic. And then that's disc 1. Disc 2 is disc 2 has The Soul That Creates, and it has like alternate versions of really old versions. And it kind of gives you an idea of like a lot of things that Skinny Puppy created never got released. And that was kind of the thing. I mean, remember, production used to be really expensive. It used to be like $300 an hour at least to go into the studio. So you worked on stuff at home, and you made a demo with your Tascam 4-track. But then you would think, is this worth spending thousands of dollars on to produce more? And a lot of times things didn't get. So you get to hear some of those things, and some of them are really amazing. So BRAP 3 and 4 gave you they kind of hint that there's a vault of tons of unreleased Skinny Puppy builds. So this is released after Skinny Puppy's broken up. And if you're a Skinny Puppy fan, you're devastated there's never made any more. And then they're like, oh, there's more. And then they hint, by the way, we have hundreds of these demo tapes, and maybe we'll release more. And so you're just, oh my God, please do it. And so they've released more of them. And sometimes I have to wonder, is this really old stuff, or you just bring out the old gear and make stuff that sounds like old stuff? You never know. But there's probably a ton of this old stuff. So that's BRAP 3 and 4. For the remix Distemper CD, all I'll really say is the Rodent remix is on it, and it's amazing. There's a remix by Gunnar Schultz who was later in KMFDM of Addiction. I don't really care for it. The only thing I really care about on that CD is the Rodent remix, which, if I look at my DJ box, is one of the tracks that I've played the most.
And it's the first track, so I was listening to that CD, so I listened to it like, wow, this is amazing. So it really set the bar high, and the rest of the remixes were like, eh.
Oh, one more thing I should say about BRAP 3 and 4 is that when this comes out, multimedias, this is when people are getting personal computers with CD decks in them. Yeah. So this is a multimedia disc. You put it in the disc, and it would show up a page, and there'd be a little bit of artwork and video clips, and you're supposed to navigate it. It worked on Windows 95, I think. I doubt it would work on the Mac. But you can go through the files and probably play some really low quality video from it.
Yeah, right.
And sample
Super
clips.
low.
So it's a shame that kind of stuff doesn't get updated. But that's on this too. If you have an old machine, you can play it. There's alternate mixes on this. There's like aborted singles. And that's one of those things that you don't think about. Like when they make a single, they pour a ton of work into it. And sometimes you goes, never mind, we won't release it. So some of these things are like not finished, but they're good enough to, to put here. Like here's what we were working on, and this is what the single would have been. But when you release a single, there's a lot of risk with it. If it doesn't sell, if it gets returned, then you're liable. So it's a lot of risk, and sometimes they don't take these risks. So this gives you some behind the scenes on it. So
my buddy Nick there.
Nick, I like Rap 3 and 4 far more than I like the process.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, well, because it's got a lot of cool working versions and/or different versions.
Yep, and also older versions that are more, again, aesthetically. I think this is more aesthetically coherent to the aesthetics they had going through their career up to Last Rites.
Right.
And then at Last Rites, I feel like the aesthetics kind of fall apart.
Yeah, I agree. My buddy Nick says, I have rap, very odd listen. I think I jammed on shrooms once. May not have been a good idea in hindsight.
Well, that's probably how they wrote it.
Probably. Anything else in there? Do you have the Puppy Gristle and like Distemper and all that?
Distemper is the remix of
Just showed the remix, right?
Puppy Gristle is a jam that they did with Genesis Peorage.
And it's just right.
It's the original release, at least, is just one track.
Yeah, it's
also,
like
the original.
minutes.
That's something else I should point out. The live album, when it was originally released, because originally it was just a VHS, and I remember when I met him, it wasn't released on CD. And said, "It's so good, you got to release this on CD." I'm not saying they did it because I begged them. I'm sure a lot of people begged them, and that's why I released it. But they released it as one single track, and the whole thing flows from track to track. It's not like song, break, applause, break, next song. It's all one piece, so they released it as one track to be listened to that way. Puppy Gristle is also one long track. There's interesting moments to it. I mean, comparing it to the let's compare it to the process. It has more of the aesthetic of the totally fucking weirded out. It's got more of that. It's interesting in that sense, but there's no real songs to it. So it's interesting to listen to once, but you're not going to keep diving back into it probably.
Yeah,
it's academically interesting. But that's not the same thing as enjoyable.
I have to be honest with you. I've tried to dig into Throbbing Gristle. I struggle with it.
That's completely legitimate because Throbbing Gristle is not easy to listen to.
No,
it's frequently terrible.
And I'm not going to lie.
Throbbing Gristle is a great band on paper, and they're important, but it's not enjoyable most of the time. Yeah, I can send you some tracks where you'd say these are Throbbing Gristle. All right, so the easy to listen track is Hot on the Heels in Love. So when somebody asks a DJ to play, that's the one they're going to play. But they have another one called AB7A, which is also synthy. And that one is also easy on the ears. But a lot of them, they're just a chore.
But I didn't mind Psychic TV.
But they are, on the other hand, groundbreaking. Well, Psychic TV is much more technical.
Pop. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a lot of different ideas going on for Psychic TV. With Throbbing Gristle, it's an art project. Throbbing Gristle really grows out of performance art.
Yeah.
And it grew out of a museum scene, and it was and they were doing it for attention, but it's really more of an art band, and it's more like to be written about, but it's not really enjoyable.
Right.
So it's hard to get into. It's an important band, but again, I mean, and it depends what you're looking for in music, but Throbbing Gristle's not. But and it's it's important. It's nice that Skinny Puppy comes full circle because they didn't create industrial, but Genesis Peorage kind of co-created, so that's cool. But he's also a kind of a complicated figure as well, and like in some ways, he'd probably be kind of canceled now. So,
well, I will say, one of the most unusual, and I hate to use the word because it's probably going to sound wrong, but I can't think of a better word. Unsettling is the only word I can come up with. But one of the stranger, more unsettling moments I've had in my life was when I walked into I went to see Frontline in Philly at the Trocadero, and it was on the Hardwired tour. And Bill and Reese were at the Digital Ferret music store over off South Street on 4th Street.
That's a great store.
And well, it was up. It used to be. This was at the original location before it went further down the road. But I walked in, and I didn't know this until a little later. But there was this woman-man thing, sort of.
It was
looking.
Genesis.
It was Jen.
Yeah.
And full of tattoos and full of piercings, and I was honestly unnerved because I'm not gonna lie, I'm a metalhead, but I'm not a dude that, and I have long hair, but I'm not a dude that's tatted to the hilt, and I'm not a dude that's pierced to the hilt. And that's just my choice. I'm straight laced enough to an extent that just wasn't my thing. But man, I mean, I saw her. It turned out to be her. And I was like, whoa, what the fuck? And then I heard someone saying, oh my God, that's Genesis Theory. They were there, I guess, to talk to Bill and Reese, or she was there to talk to Bill and Reese. And I think she lived in Philly at that time, I believe, or New York or something. But
I know that Jen had a place in New York. I don't know about Philly, but it's possible.
Yeah, but it was interesting. I mean, it was very, very unique. But yeah, I just never, now I do like Cabaret Voltaire, and they're not easy to listen to. And
Cabaret Voltaire is again that's coming more from the synth pop side,
right? And I really
even
like.
Though they're not synth pop, but I mean,
Mackenzie,
didn't they used to live in the same building as Human League?
Oh, did you?
So it's that Sheffield scene. So they're coming at it from a different direction,
right? But
Throbbing Gristl's coming at it from like performance art and the avant-garde and the museum scene, and Cabaret Voltaire, although they're an important and influential arty band, they're coming at more from like the synth pop museum side and Human League and Clock DVA.
Right.
So it's a very different aesthetic.
Yeah. All right, so
they're not as counterculture, whereas Throbbing Gristle is like he is definitely representing the other.
The other, yeah. That's a good way of putting it, the other. That's a great way of putting it. So the next one we've got is, so they break up. At this point, the band is no more. They go their separate ways. The album comes out there. I don't believe there was no tour for this album, right?
Correct. There was no tour.
And then in 2000, this is 96, so in the year 2000, Key is approached by Doomsday Festival in Europe.
Yeah, run by, I think, Orchid.
And they asked Puppy to headline that. He gets back in touch with Ogre. Of course, we got to keep in mind, Gittel is dead now for 5 years almost. And they re-emerge as at least a live act, and then they start to look into recording again. And in Serge, I'm going to rely on you here. We'll get you to show off. Greater Golfman, right? What year did that come out? I'm sorry, 2000?
2004.
Oh, 4. Sorry.
Well, they also released a live album from the Doomsday Festival.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Okay,
but it is not as good as Ain't It Dead Yet.
Well, I can't imagine much being that good. When I hit you in a minute, we'll come back to that. Show that again, sir. Don't start. Now, I got to tell you, I remember when this came out, and I never even bothered to check it out. And I never listened to this album until today. And I have to be very honest. I really fucking like this album. I liked it a lot. Sorry, Falafel. I kind of liked a lot of the tunes on it. Can you read some of the song titles off, Serge?
Well, you want to do like a quick
do a review, and then I'll piggyback, and then we'll let Kreestof rip our asses apart for it.
So, and again, I realized, Skinny Puppy purists will, treat this as a different era, and it is. And this is Mark Walk replaces Gotell, I guess, as the third guy, and he was in that band Ogre, OHGR with Ogre. So and if you listen to that, I think this album obviously sounds a lot more like them. So there's a definite influence. But I do love it. The first track kicks ass immediately to me, Immortal. I dig Protest, Empty. I dig the soundscape on Ghostman, Downsizer. Best Present is almost kind of synth poppy. Um,
The puppy.
yeah, they had some couple of guests on this album. I'm a Tool fan, so
Yeah.
Danny Carey drumming on Useless is kind of cool. I mean, again, it's not
That's
a huge,
a real highlight.
but
Wayne Static is on it, right?
yeah, Wayne Static is on the going. How the fuck do you pronounce it? Going yeah, whatever. So yeah, I don't know. It's different. Obviously, it you know I haven't dived into things conceptually as obviously anywhere near as much as Kreestof has. So maybe conceptually and it's not as deep, but I think as a listen, it's very enjoyable.
Well, one of the things I noticed right away, other than the, in my opinion, much better use of the guitars, as a guitarist, I liked a lot of these riffs much better than I did on the Process. On the Process, I heard a lot of almost what I'd call butt rock type guitar passages, and I just didn't enjoy those very much. And again, they kind of reminded me somewhat of the Millennium stuff, although there was some really cool stuff on there, like the stuff that Devin Townsend did that was live was really cool, not the sampled shit like on Kreestof, help me out, the one with not Liquid Separation, the other one.
So-
Now.
Oh, Search and Destroy.
Yeah, Search and Destroy. It's just a fucking total Pantera ripoff lick, and it just repeats and repeats. Sample. The stuff that Devin Townsend was actually legitimately playing is pretty cool on that album. But what I found on the Process that I didn't like about most of the guitars was, other than the first 2 or 3 tracks, just a lot of the guitar stuff just was not very inventive. It just didn't use the guitar very well in the tracks to me. So what I found about The Greater Good is that the guitars, in my opinion, were put to much better use, and some of them sound pretty savage. I'm gonna go black on the screen here just simply so I can read my, but I'm gonna talk. Okay, so you'll hear me. Just give me 1 minute. I'm gonna go through my quick rundown of tracks, and it's only going to be on this and one other album that I do this.
All right, Jeff, while you're setting that up, can I talk about guitars for a second?
I'm good. I'm good to go now. I'm good to go.
Okay.
Let me just run really quick. So what I say here is that it's far more accessible.
You're all like
What was that?
staticky. I don't know.
What was that?
Yeah, you're all distorted.
Okay. Apparently I can't jump in there and do that.
But
Apparently I can't jump into that app. And do
yeah, I
that,
guess that doesn't work.
Looks like it's not going to work. What I noticed was it was far more accessible. The music was far more accessible. And I don't necessarily always think that's always a bad thing. We can all agree that the Beatles are a very accessible band, but what did they do? They wrote some of the most incredible pop songs ever, and they expanded the universe of music with what they did. So, am I saying that The Greater Good of Wrong Wrong of Right, or whatever it's called, is doing that? No, I don't think that. But what I found was, and Kreestof, you go ahead and go, and I'll go look at my notes quick while you're in there. It didn't do this when I did this before, so I don't know why it
All
did
right,
that.
so I just have one comment about guitar.
Right.
The songs, yeah, they try to be, there's more guitar driven like traditional music. Now, Skinny Puppy's been using guitar since early on. My favorite use of Skinny Puppy guitar is when they use it like they do in Dig It, where it's really percussively used.
Mhm.
Like in Dig It, it could just be a sample. It's this, and and that's it. You know, it's like it's not really guitar driven, but I like that use of it where it's one instrument amongst many, and it's not the driving instrument; it's part of a team. And here, with the use of it, and you see this on the process as well, without the guitar in some of those songs, there's no song. And that's a real stylistic difference. All right, Jeff, if you are talking, we cannot hear you.
Well, he does. I think he's just reviewing his notes. So
Yeah, I'm muted, so you could go ahead and talk about the album. I'll come back in the end.
All right, so I'll continue to talk about the album then.
Yep.
You know, this album, I don't really feel like it's a Skinny Puppy album, and I think it's an Ogre album. And I don't mean Nivek Ogre, I mean the band he does with Mark Walk. And I do not think Mark Walk is in the same league as Dwayne Gattel. I think he works hard, but I don't think he has the natural talent. And he definitely doesn't, he's not trying to continue on with the underlying aesthetic values that Skinny Puppy has done. He's doing the Mark Walk thing and the Ogre thing. And that makes it disappointing. Does this album try to be experimental? Yes. The song New World experiments with a granular synthesizer, which was new at that time. And so they have these samples where they're making it sound like they're like, you know, stretching and pitch shifting up and then down in a way that you couldn't do with samplers before. Unfortunately, they do it to a useless effect. It sounds like children pretending to sing in the shower, but they don't. They're like kind of going up and back and forth with tempo and pace and key, and it's terrible. I think it's a failure as a track. People like the song Protest, and I don't understand those people. I know it's got a video that some people think is clever, and I refer to the video as "You Goth Serve." I think it's terrible. I don't think it's befitting of Skinny Puppy, but it would be fine if it was another band. But otherwise, it's basically the premise to "You Got Served." Oh, but it's goth kids, so it's okay. But they're not goth kids. It's professional dancers, and they dress some of them up to look like us, but they're not us. I think the song doesn't work. I don't think it's a good Skinny Puppy song. This album would be fine if it was an Ogre album, but again, when I was talking about the bar, this is far below the bar that you expect with Skinny Puppy. That said, there are tracks on this that I like. I do like Useless. I don't know how it's pronounced. Gunaja. There are strong moments in this album. I wanted to like this album, and I remember the first time I played it for another Skinny Puppy fan, she was embarrassed for them. And I can't say I don't understand why. But again, if this was an Ogre album, this would be one of the best Ogre albums. So it is largely about that bar that I keep talking about. It doesn't continue on with the aesthetic values. This isn't Life is Seen Through a Dog's Eyes. Here's how I think the band would defend itself. They'd say, well, we've already done these things. We want to do something new. And Bill Lee would say the same thing about Ogre. They don't look back. They're always trying to reinvent themselves. They're always trying. They're trying to push the envelope. So they're trying. New World's an attempt at trying. Like, hey, we got this new thing, but what they do with it is terrible. Also, I think at this point and on this album, I think Kevin Key's in the background. I think that Mark Walk is really, and the guest artists are really the ones writing this album. And somebody that knows Omar Torres, who's listed on 4 songs on this, said that basically, other people were doing the bulk of the work, and then Kevin came in, and that's what it looks like to me. I think if you look at the first 2 albums, which is all Kevin's genius, I don't see Kevin's genius here. There's elements of it. There's interesting parts. I like some of the drumming on this album, but it lacks so much of the underlying aesthetic ideas that Kevin had set out for himself earlier, and that's why this is a failure of an album for me. On the other hand, I went to this tour because, oh my God, I get to see Skinny Puppy again, and I never thought that was going to happen. And one of the nice things they did was they had they had 3 computer monitors. They had 3 monitors underneath the drum riser, and one of them was broken, and that was to symbolize the loss of Dwayne. On this tour, by the way, Kevin Key stops being the drummer for Skinny Puppy, he takes over for keyboards, and they start bringing in a live drummer for the remaining tours. And it's kind of a shame because I always enjoyed. I think Kevin Key's just an amazing drummer, but it's brutal playing these kind of songs for 2 hours a night. So it's easy to imagine why he wouldn't want to exhaust himself that way. But also someone has to take over for the keyboards. And I mentioned that he'll take a chord, it'll go from one place to another that somebody else won't think of. When they do live versions of Warlock after this, he adds notes to the progressions that aren't in any of the recordings. And that's just kind of beautiful to hear and see. So anyway, those are my thoughts.
Yeah, I think it's just hard. I've talked about this with Jeff before, other bands, right? When you have a prolific band that has, set some standards for the genre, it's really hard to keep up with that pace. And obviously, especially when you lose a key member. So people are going to judge against that, against that standard, and that's an impossible standard to meet. And as artists, you might want to just do different things eventually. So I don't necessarily fault bands for that. I just do I enjoy listening to this or not? That's kind of in the end, that's how I approach it. So yeah, I totally get that. It doesn't, it's not the same. And yeah, like I mentioned at the beginning, this is probably just an OHGR album. But that said, it's a good one, right? To me.
Well, here's my thoughts. Number one, I don't own any Ogre albums, so I don't have that hanging over my head. I can't go, oh, it sounds like an Ogre album. So that's kind of cool in a weird way for me. Kreestof, you mentioned about always setting new boundaries, and this is a major stylistic change, I think. There's no question.
Absolutely.
But it's certainly towards a more stylistic shift in that it's more traditional song structures, clearly.
It absolutely is.
But
it just doesn't push the envelope the way the previous work does.
That might very well be. I would argue, you may not agree with me, but I would argue, and if you watched our stream on Frontline, I would argue that Bill hasn't changed much in the last 10 years. They've been regurgitating a similar album. Now, I heard you say something.
Okay, I disagree.
You said something about Echogenetic. And
Echogenetic is
different.
Album.
I mean, that's...
But you got to keep one thing in mind, and this is an important thing. We all hear things differently. There's been a thread going around on YouTube about 10 terrible songs on 10 killer albums. And that's such a subjective thing, because basically you're saying that, well, the album that I think is killer, you are actually gonna think is killer too, and you're gonna have to see that I think this terrible song on this killer album is not good. You see what I mean? And so,
well, I mean, but on the hand, it might be right. Like, I can make an aesthetic argument. Like, I could write a paper on these. Like I said, I think probably the best album for Skinny Puppy is Too Dark Park, but it also has TFWO, which is a weak song.
Right. Well, there you go.
So, and I could give you even without sound, just in writing, I could explain why.
But I'm not clouded by hearing an Ogre album in this, so that kind of maybe gives me a slightly different perspective on it.
Well, it's not even that. It's just that, I mean, it's just not at the level that previous Skinny Puppy work does. Like,
I'm not arguing that. I'm not arguing that at all. We already established that for me, Too Dark Park and Last Rites are probably my top two favorite albums. But I do hear some cool songs here. Immortal's pretty.
There's some cool songs, but they're just not really Skinny Puppy songs.
No, I guess. I mean, I don't. I mean. So, do you think Kevin just put this out just to collect a paycheck? Is that what you're saying? Well, maybe he did.
If he's listening, I don't want to say it, but but yeah, I mean, he needs money, and none of it. I mean, he had some projects after this, and nothing sold. Like, he did Download.
Download.
And that's. I mean, it sold okay, but not compared to Puppy.
No, of course not.
And Ogre's albums also don't sell like Puppy, and I think that's why they're like agreed to get back together.
Yeah, probably.
Because when they work apart, people don't show up. And I've been to the concerts,
Yeah.
People do not show up to the venues. And if
No
you put the
kidding.
word Skinny Puppy together,
Boom.
people show up in a
Yep,
huge
that's true.
way.
Well,
And so I think the economic reality of it is, I mean, this is their job.
that's
And,
true.
and so, they're not making a ton of money in other things.
That's true.
But I will also say, Ogre does not sell out. Ogre does what Ogre believes in. And he could cash in doing a lot of things, and he has artistic integrity, and he absolutely does not do that. And Kevin doesn't either. So I don't think that they sell it in either way. So when they do get back together, it's like, okay, what can we agree upon? They're not going to sell out, but what can we do together that we will agree on? But it's just not the same.
For me, I thought Downsizer's a really cool tune. It's very epic and grand sounding. I liked Empire. I like Gonasia and Ghost. What's it called? Ghostman.
Ghostman,
And
yeah.
Immortal. Those are the tracks that really stood out to me. But I could not argue that they are much more streamlined and more predictable as songs. And clearly, this is where I really heard that Peter Murphy vibe to Ogre's voice. Like they were trying to streamline it into being a vocal instrument as opposed to an instrument of mayhem in the songs.
Well, at this point, he's done a few albums where he's actually singing. So in this album, he abandons the drone and moan style,
right,
and he's not doing the vocal treatments that he did earlier. The drums aren't as complex. You don't see these bar nuances. It's just much more simple. It's not pushing the envelopes the same way, and it is more traditional. It is Ogre trying to sing. This is after years of Mark Atkins telling him, "You should sing. You're a star. Sing. That's what people like." And people, songs are things that people sing, and you're not singing, so these aren't songs.
Right.
That's why I frequently refer to songs as tracks, because it's a track because you don't really sing it. Like you can't really sing a lot of the old 2/4/2 tracks. There's nothing to sing.
Right.
So it's a track. And so here they're actually singing. And sometimes Ogre can sing well, but what made him famous was the drone and moan thing and the other voices. And, it's not a scream. It's hard to describe, but what his vocalizations are unique and they're really powerful. And that's what this album lacks for me most of the time. But there's a few tracks that have emotion, but it's not as emotional. But remember how before we kept saying, this is brutal, this is haunting, this is scary, this is ominous. This isn't ominous. This isn't scary.
Yeah, I agree. We're
talking about how there's ambient sound and there's it sounds cinematic. This doesn't sound cinematic.
It's much friendlier for sure.
Also, remember how I could tell you, I could still hear new parts in Console Manipulate. This isn't nuanced. And that's why I consider this an Ogre album.
That's a good point.
It's lacking all those things that made Skinny Puppy so special, as if it's somebody who kind of got it but doesn't really, is taken over. That's why I don't think Kevin Key's as involved. I think it's other guest musicians who think they get it, don't get it. And it's like, all right, whatever, they pull together the best material, they put it out. It's sort of Skinny Puppy, but it's also sort of not.
There's no question.
Like Ogre.
There's no question that you suddenly look at the personnel and it's a super long list of people as opposed to before this you didn't have that. So
nope.
All right, so the next album we'll move on.
That's because Dwayne is irreplaceable.
That very well could be true. Yeah, Mythmaker, right? Is that next?
Yep.
Yeah.
And that was 27. Want to show that one, Serge?
This.
Cool artwork.
Yeah, I have to say, I dig the artwork of the later albums, for what it's worth.
But these aren't anything to do with Gilmore, I don't think, anymore, right?
I'm not sure who did the artwork on this.
That's a painting. That's a painting by some turn of the century person, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, but the artwork in general, I'm a big artwork guy, and
so yeah, Stephen Gilmore did the sleeve design and the layout, but he did not do the cover.
Yeah. Serge, what you want to? I got some notes on that, so I'll go after you.
I for the most part, I like the first half, I guess, of this album. I love Doll, the second track. That's one of my favorite tracks. In general, I like Haze. Yaher. I don't know how the fuck you pronounce it. Yaher. I don't know. The second half kind of is hit and miss for me. I think in general it's a similar feel to Greater Wrong, but maybe not quite as cohesive. But that's kind of my general thought on that. Yeah, Political is a fun track. Yeah.
Yeah, this one didn't do a whole lot for me. I like the song Haze. That has that kind of ethereal coolness to it. I like is it Pastern? Pastern's okay. Pedifly is okay. Political is pretty cool. And the song Lesty, I didn't really like it a lot, but I noticed some Aphex Twin like vibes to it. There was sort of especially the synth sounds on it with some of this. The last two albums, I noticed that glitchy sort of thing going on. That almost some of the sounds you'd hear on a Auteca album, but in a more not abstract and weird like Auteca is. I mean, Auteca is their own fucking universe of sound, but I just heard some computer sounding synths and things like that sounded Aphex Twinny, like drugs or Droops area, or however you want to call that album, Droops era. And they were kind of interesting, but this album really, remember I hit you up and I'm like, man, this Greater Wrong is pretty good. But as soon as I hit Mythmaker, I got a few tracks and I just wasn't nearly as impressed. So yeah, kind of a 50-50 album at best for me, and probably not one I'd go grab. I probably would grab Greater Good, but or Greater Wrong or whatever, but I don't think I'd grab this one. So what you got, Dust?
All right, so I wouldn't recommend either of these albums to someone like, hey, you want to check out Skinny Puppy? Check out these albums. From Greater Wrong to the right, there's a few songs I would send people, but I would say this is really representative of the band, but these are good songs. Same here. There's a few songs in this album that I like, but I don't think it's a good representation of the band. If this was an Ogre album, then it's, it could be the best Ogre album, because I'm not a huge fan of Ogre stuff. The standout on this album for me is Magnificent. It's not really a Skinny Puppy song, but it's a good song. I like it. It has a nice epic feeling to it. I like what Ogre does with his vocals in it, and he is doing a mixture of like his drone and moan and some singing, but it's got an emotional quality to it. It has a little bit of an epic quality of it, so I like it. I think the song Ugly is kind of annoying, but I understand sometimes you gotta like try things, and I don't know. I think this album's largely forgettable, and
Yeah, I can't disagree with you.
So, and again, I think that's just because it's just not there. All the things that made Skinny Puppy great, and I can give you pages of that, it's not there. Remember, I talked a long time about totally fucking weirding out your sounds. That's not here anymore.
Right.
The modulation isn't here anymore. The attention to detail isn't here anymore. Ambience, ominous, brutality, none of that's here anymore. Also, it used to be much more about things, and it made you feel strongly about the other. The other's not present anymore.
Right.
So on the other one, at least there's like, about like there's a sense of loss. On this one, I don't really have that. So it's forgettable for me in that way. And we talked about how like when Halloween came out, it was the trope originator for so many things. And Skinny Puppy's work up until Last Rites is breaking new ground. This breaks no new ground. The glitchy stuff is already being done elsewhere. There's nothing new here. Even when they did New World, all right, nobody else is doing that, but nobody should be doing that. You could do stuff. This granular synthesis has now become the dominant form of sampling, and you can do interesting things with it, but what they used it for, it's like they were playing around with it, but couldn't figure out what to do, and then ran out of time before they did the right thing with it. And here, there's just nothing really kind of groundbreaking. The compositions are a little bit more interesting, but again, it's not on the par with what Skinny Puppy had been doing, which makes me think that the key composers here, it's all right. Ogre gets listed first, maybe. I think he's kind of like more of a it's more of a Bill Lee brace level where he's kind of directing.
Right.
And then I don't think it's Key though. I think it's probably Ogre and Walk, and Kevin Key comes in for his thing. The production is again by Ken Marshall. The production's good, but the details aren't there for him to really work with. So it's just a forgettable album, unfortunately.
Yeah, these later albums do feel a little bit more creatively constipated, I guess you'd say, almost in a weird way.
I should also point out, though, that something that's changed from the early Skinny Puppy stuff to the time when this stuff comes out is by now you've got soft synths and production workstations that are capable of such things that now you can really kind of do anything. The sky's the limit for your imagination. There's just, you have so much power, and now it's like, all right, we can do anything. What do you want to do? Whereas in the earlier stuff, it's like, hey, this thing came out and I can make it do this thing. But now, so you're not going to get as inspired by your gear. It's just got to come out of your imagination.
Yeah.
And the imagination just isn't striking them.
There's almost too many options, and there's also
there's ways to work around them.
Right,
but they're not
digital technology like this.
Yep.
You can have unending tracks and unending amounts of space to fill, and this album just didn't feel that inspired to me. So this is where I have to be completely honest with you. The last two albums I did not get to. I just, because of my sickness and everything that was going on, and was supposed to go get a COVID test, I didn't get there. So Serge, I'm gonna let you two guys talk about the last two, and I'm not really gonna have anything to say. So.
All right. Well, this is Handover. This came out in 2011. I don't really know what to make out of this one. It's such an uneven album to me. I don't really feel any kind of cohesion or anything. I mean, there's a couple of tracks I like. I like Asha's. Viruses. Sorry.
That one's ahead of its time.
Huh?
Viruses is ahead of its time. It's about viruses wiping things out. And what happened recently?
Yeah, right.
Fair enough. Yeah,
it's basically, it's about a pandemic.
There's a couple of I guess dancier tracks like Victims and Village maybe. But yeah, I don't know. Overall, it felt a little weird. I find it also interesting that it's the only album missing from their Spotify discography.
It's held up in a legal limbo.
Ah, okay. So, and I don't know, even like from an artwork perspective, it's a little empty. Like, I don't, there's, like, I don't know, it's a little hollow. So, I don't know, this album probably left me more confused than any of their other work. I don't know, Kreestof, what do you think?
All right, well, the first thing I want to say is the tour for this album was great. It was one of the best I've seen. They changed up a lot of the songs that they did. They introduced new parts. It was really interesting to hear. It was very good. I think this was the second to last tour.
Kreestof, what year was this tour?
I think it was 2011, 2012.
Okay.
Anyway, so on this album, the more interesting tracks are probably Asha's and Viruses or Viruses. It's a weird spelling. I don't know what the correct pronunciation is. I remember I wanted to play this song on my stream. Because I started streaming DJing during the pandemic, and I was thinking about, like, because of the pandemic, I wanted to play the Viruses song,
right.
And I found out that I didn't have this on my laptop. And I had it on my desktop, but I'd never transferred it over, and that's because this is a forgettable album. This isn't an album that you reach for. That said, I think it's better than Mythmaker and Greater Wrong of the Right. I think the production's better. I think the compositions are better. I mean, especially because Greater Wrong of the Right, I think, just has so many mistakes. But some of the better songs in Greater Wrong of the Right stand out to you more. The songs on this one don't really stand out. So it's a forgettable album, but I think it's a little bit more in line with Skinny Puppy's aesthetics from the past, but it just doesn't transcend. And as I talked about before, albums like Too Dark Park, even if you don't like that kind of music, it transcends. And none of this work transcends.
The song Ossis, I believe, was in memory of one of their road crew, right? That died, I believe.
Yes, that's correct. That was dedicated to Sasha's memory.
Right. Yeah, so I can't offer any opinion because I didn't even get one pass through on it. So, no. And then I guess we'll. Excuse me, sorry. Between you and me, Serge, we sound like a fucking mash unit here, man.
Yeah, I know.
You sound like mine may be COVID. You said yours isn't, though, right?
No. I got tested before and after the convention just to make sure.
Okay, so what? Let's hit the last one. It's what's it called?
Weapon,
which named this the way because it came out that I guess the CIA or whatever was using Skinny Puppy music to torture people at Guantanamo Bay. So, which is pretty fucked up if you think about it. So Skinny Puppy sent them like a symbolic bill for that. Obviously, never got paid.
And the bill was for $666,000, right?
Correct. Yeah. So, and I think that originally the idea behind this album was they were going to record it using original like 80s equipment, which I don't think they quite were able to in the end. It was just too complicated. But I guess they tried to, at least involve some of the aesthetics. And I do feel like there's some maybe older aesthetically songs on there, like Overdose or Sudanama. I can't pronounce it. There's a couple of Solvent, maybe.
Well, Solvent is actually a remake of an older song.
Oh, well, yeah, that makes sense. There's sorry, and then there's some like more accessible tracks like Warning and Plastic Cage is kind of also a little synth poppy. So I don't know, it's kind of an interesting album. Again, not quite sure what to make of it. Cohesively, I guess, again. But there are, there's tracks I would listen to it on it.
What year did that come out again, Serge?
That was 2013.
So that would have been the tour that we saw them on, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Because it was like right in like very early, either late December or very early January we saw them. It was cold as hell, I remember that.
Yep. This was the final US tour.
That's the last one they've done.
In the US.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
They're going to play next year in Europe, but they haven't done anything in the US.
So you saw this tour though, I'm assuming, right?
Of course.
Okay. Go ahead, give me your thoughts on this one, and then we'll do a tie-up and wrap-up then.
All right. So out of the final four albums, this one is, as a whole, is my favorite, and yet it doesn't have any songs that strike me. So they do try to go back to their roots a little bit on this, and I appreciate that. They're only partially successful. I like that they made the effort. This is the one where I feel like they're making the most effort, even though the problem is none of the songs on them are good. It doesn't stand out. Not like, and that's the problem. So, by the way, I'll point out about Solvent. So, Solvent is a remake of a really early Skinny Puppy track, and it was a track when they first wrote it. They were both incredibly excited about it. Like, I can't believe we wrote this, and they were really happy about it. So, they kind of come full circle by circling back and remaking the song, because they weren't really happy with the way the original recording came out. This is before they were on Capitol and they didn't really have much budget. So they did it again. It's a good version. But that's the problem is that, if I look at the song list, nothing's like, oh yeah, that one. When I brought up this one before, Rap 3 and 4,
Right.
and there was this old track, was the track I mentioned on here, The Soul That Creates. 10 seconds into this song, I was like, holy crap! This is amazing. And it's really simple. It's mostly just a drum machine and like some guitar samples. And the fact that it's samples is part of what makes me think, I don't know if this is really old material, because I don't know if they had a sampler for the time period that this is purporting to come out from. But I mean, maybe it's not supposed to be like from Bites Remission era. Maybe it's from Cleansold era. I don't know. But it strikes me like the first 10 seconds I heard it was like, I was driving. I remember it. That's how much this song hit me. I remember exactly where I was and where I was going. I was driving to a club in Danbury, Connecticut, and I pulled over like, holy shit, I got to do that again. Because it hit me so hard, because it's so intense. Nothing on this album is like
nothing.
The song, I was like, I don't remember. And that's the problem. Like, overall, I like the general sound of it, but it doesn't transcend. It's okay. If you're trying to go back to your old sound, you don't have to push the envelope, but it doesn't really succeed fully. I don't hear the drum complexity that you hear on Mind of Perpetual Intercourse. It doesn't have, just like on a song like 200 Years, just the way he's playing, the drums are scary. Drums don't usually sound scary. 200 Years, they're scary, So none of the instrumentation here is standing out. The compositions aren't standing out. The production doesn't stand out. It's nice that it kind of returns to, it does sound a little bit more like Bites and Remission, but it's not Bites and Remission. The compositions aren't there. Things have to transcend genre, and it doesn't. So I like this album. It's like if you give me one of these four to just listen to, I'll listen to this one, but it's background music, and that's the problem. It doesn't grab you.
So would it be a fair statement to say that the process onward for you is kind of generic for you?
The process is a really troubled album, but I mean, like the song Jalia still transcends, but a lot of the other ones don't. You can see where it breaks apart. So for me, I wouldn't say the process is generic. I would say Greater Wrong or the Right afterwards. From Greater Wrong or the Right, the rest, they're generic. And I think that's Mark Walk. I think Mark Walk is just generic. And, I'm not going to make any fans with Mark Walk. So I don't know. Unless they're going to ask me to be in Skinny Puppy, I think, Mark Walk.
You need to say
because I'm scared of who's going to see it. I'll just say it this way: he's not Dwayne Guttel, and everyone. But I mean, no one, even Mark Walks, know he's not Dwayne Guttel.
Oh, I'm
and
sure.
If he doesn't, then there's something wrong, because Dwayne Guttel was a genius. And but remember, Skinny Puppy started without Dwayne Guttel, and the work they did on Bites and Remission
pretty good
is stronger than this one. And so it's a shame that without Dwayne, they couldn't recapture what they were doing. But that saying, you can't go home again.
Yep.
And it's true. Things change. These things are a product of the environments, of the times, of technologies.
Yep.
And that perfect combination is no longer there. And the people are different. So it's
and as you said too, the equipment's changed a lot.
But that's
you can make this. But you can make this stuff in your bedroom now with
which is great. But still, you can. I mean, you can go back and get similar equipment though, and you could face the same challenges they had. And that's what they're trying to do here. And I understand, it's like, all right, it's too difficult to use old equipment for a lot of this stuff, so we'll use modern stuff just because it's. As somebody who makes this stuff and has been doing it for a long time, I would much rather use modern gear, and I can use modern gear the way I used old gear, but I'm just going to use it that much faster. That's the best part about using modern gear, is that it works better and it's easier to use. It's like you really have to fight the gear with the old gear, especially with proprietary sample libraries and floppy disks. Sometimes it's a real pain. There's a lot of things I prefer about the sound of old gear, but you can get that sound in a modern environment. And you just have to be in the right mindset to do it. Or you can even buy emulations of old gear. Like I mentioned the synth that Kevin Key sold to Bill Lee, the Sequential Circuits Pro 1. It's a fantastic synthesizer for for a mono synth, analog synth. Some people kind of say it's like the perfect one. Kevin Key does, and I have so that thing's really expensive. It goes for at least $1,500 to $2,000 used, and it only makes one note at a time. And yet, I bought a Behringer phone for like $330, and it does it, and it sounds, I would say, if not perfectly enough that no one else is going to be able to hear the difference. So you can still work with this gear, and people like we talked about Blue Serge and how modular synthesis has taken off. You can do so people make stuff with modular synths, and you could do it that way. It's really hard. So you could also use a virtual modular and do kind of the same things, and it's a lot easier to do it and faster, and you can recall it. Like the guys who did Stranger Things, after they did that theme, they used like an old ARP 2600. And they won't touch it because, like, if they move anything, if they try to move it back, it's still never going to sound the same. So it just got locked like that for 2 years in case they needed that sound again. That's really difficult. When you use a software emulation of the ARP 2600, you can just dial that sound back up. So I understand if you're making an album and you've got deadlines, using a hybrid environment is ideal. And so when it comes down to using software and hardware and digital or analog, I think a hybrid approach is best. They're all just tools, and it's what you do with the tools that matters. And these tools will challenge you in different ways. But Kevin has been through these challenges, so he knows the tricks and how to make them go weird. And it's not happening here, and that's part of what makes me think he's just not pushing it. And maybe the inspiration isn't striking him, or it's because the other people he's working with. It could be a ton of things. I know that also their producer, Ken Marshall, he really knows all this stuff. He knows how to push the envelope. I mean, he can use the way he uses Pro Tools, he uses it like an instrument, and he does amazing things with it. So it's not the technology. I think what it is, and this is the difference between Kraftwerk. Kraftwerk came at it from an academic background, and they had their ideas. They could write them down on paper, and they could stick with them like as if there's like a band Bible, and said, this is how we do it. And for Skinny Puppy, I think a lot of it was instinct. And they had certain ideas, and then they forgot about these instincts, or they don't have them. But it wasn't because they know just like, all right, these are the things we're going to do, and we want these things. Or maybe they came bored of these things after doing them for so long. For whatever reason, they're not doing those things anymore. And I understand, like, being trapped into doing something from the past. On the other hand, nobody's doing what they did. Where they left off, nobody has picked up the reins and done it better or as good. So you can still try to do something new, but remember the things that you do that no one else can do. For example, George Miller's done a lot of films besides Mad Max series. And a lot of people have tried to make Road Warrior type movies, and everybody's failed until he came in and did Mad Max Fury Road. And although in some ways it's not as good as Road Warrior, it still got the Academy Award. And because nobody else can do that George Miller thing. So everybody that's tried to do a Road Warrior type film has failed, but George Miller did it again, and he nailed it. Skinny Puppy is the best at doing Skinny Puppy, and no one else can do it.
Yep. That's well put, man. Two things. Is Jennifer another girlfriend of yours? Because I've never had two women watching a stream of mine before.
Well, no, she's not a girlfriend, but she's a very good friend of mine.
A friend,
so
okay, cool.
She comes to my stream, and her name there is Skinny Puppy Jen. So I think that will tell you, that's actually how we met.
Oh, very cool.
But she's another Skinny Puppy fanatic, like all good-hearted people.
You want to give me a top 5? I think I already know your top 5. I'm coming, Serge. Hang on.
Okay.
All right, let me look at the list of albums. It's hard, but I'll say it's probably Too Dark Park, Cleanse, Fold, Manipulate, Mind the Perpetual Intercourse, Vivisect 6, and then I'm going to go with the live album, Ain't It Dead Yet, which is a masterpiece.
Awesome. Serge, how about you? What final thoughts and your top 5?
So top 5, probably Last Rites, Too Dark Park. Again, I'm gonna say The Process because that was my first album. And then Vivisect and Probably cleanse and fold, and manipulate.
Well, any final thoughts?
I just want to say thank you to Kreestof. I mean, that was very illuminating. Just listening to, everything you talked about.
I'm getting there. I tie everything up.
I'm sorry if I was a chatty Cathy there. I'm
no.
This is about
I'm so glad you joined us, and also for anyone that's going to be viewing the stream that doesn't know Kreestof already, Kreestof is an absolutely amazing industrial DJ. He DJ'd my wedding. You should really check out Spike Club, which is a Twitch stream he does Thursday nights. Highly recommended.
Cool.
I mean,
for me, I'm gonna hit Too Dark Park. I'm gonna hit Last Rites. I'm gonna go Cleanse, Fold, Manipulate, Vivisect, and I'm gonna throw Rabies in there simply because Warlock makes it worthy of that.
I know. I wanted to put that on there, but I only had 5, and I need 10 for my top 10 Skinny Puppy albums.
I haven't had enough time with Ain't It Dead yet, so I hate to admit that my buddy Rick, who was not able to join us tonight, said to me, "Do you have that?" And I'm like, "What are you talking about? I don't even know what you're talking about." And I did not know. And I went out and found I don't know, I think it's a CD version because it doesn't look VHS, but I found it online, and man, I was fucking blown away. It's just mind-blowing. So, Kreestof, I can't thank you enough. Please understand that what you added here tonight was pretty mind-blowing, the level of depth that you were able to bring to the subject. I think I'm a pretty good musical historian in a lot of ways, but I clearly don't have the feel for this band that you do. I know a lot about them, and I know a lot about their catalog, and have been listening maybe even a little longer than you just because of my age, but I didn't know the depth of it. And even as a musician, I was never a synth guy, so for you to add all the tech stuff in with, the drum machines and the Roland 606s. I know some of these things because I know about Richie Houghton and some of those, those artists and stuff like that, but I don't really know this stuff, and so
important not to forget the effects as well.
Right, and the effects. I mean, and I will tell you that I know and have seen and have played around with Lexicon PCMs. I have a Lexicon Reflex in my own rack.
Yeah.
But those PCMs, man, those 707s, you can't touch them now. I don't even think you can buy them they're probably ridiculous to find them out there. It's kind of like trying to find 60s JCM plexis and stuff like that,
Oh, it gets worse than that. Some of the stuff they had at Mushroom Studios, which is a music studio that spent so much money on equipment, it couldn't sustain itself and collapsed. But the producer, Ken Marshall, talks about some of this old gear. You can't find it online. It's just not available. But if you could, it would go for like 50 to 100,000 for this item that used to be 3,000, because there's just none of them available. And people treasure that one little nuanced sound it makes.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the old Neve boards, the one that Dave Grohl bought from Bad Animal Studio. I don't know what he paid for that fucking thing, but he can afford it, I guess. But you're talking probably fucking $500,000 for that Neve board.
Or like Frontline Assembly, we'll talk about how important the SSL console was to raising the production quality of their albums. Like once they had real money in the studio, and you can hear it, the production quality just goes night and day.
I have to say, I am pretty fucking bummed we were not able to get you in on the Frontline Assembly one.
Yeah, sorry I wasn't available for that.
Maybe we'll revisit that in some other fashion. I know that Serge and I kind of wanted to talk about Delirium. The trouble with that is that the early Delirium is great, and the mid Delirium is okay, pretty good. And then the later Delirium, I have virtually zero interest in.
I've only heard a single.
Right. Oh, so you're not...
I can't do anything for Delirium.
But I definitely would love to get you in for Gary Newman, dude. Would love to do Gary Newman because he's one of my iconic artists, in my opinion. I mean, I'm old enough that 1979, I was hearing Cars, which is, we won't get into the semantics of that's good or bad Newman, but that was the first
It's
Newman
good.
I heard. Well, that synth, the synths on that Ober, what's he using there?
Mini Moog.
The Mini Moog. Those synths are so fucking amazing. It's not even explicable, but to hear that as an 11-year-old or a 14-year-old guy doing dishes at the local steak and ale restaurant and hearing that for the first time, man, that meant everything to me. And I've met Gary several times. He's one of the nicest fucking guys I've ever met.
I met him too, and he was really humble.
Yeah, super humble. Just an amazing dude. So think about that one. I don't know if Serge explained to you some health issues, challenges I'm dealing with that may make timing kind of an issue, but
I've got a weird schedule. We'll talk about that when we end the stream.
Okay. But long story short, I can't thank you enough because this today was a deep fucking dive, dude. And we not only hit the albums and our favorite tracks and the history pretty well. I mean, we didn't go into what color underwear Kevin Key, the good-looking guy, was wearing, but we kind of hit
Commando.
Right. Commando. That's probably more detail than I really wanted to know. But long story short, dude, you fucking kicked ass today. I cannot thank you enough. And we did it in 4.5 hours, so not too bad considering. Not too bad at all. And you saved my ass because you brought a lot of the stuff to the front that I thought I had and didn't have anymore. So that scared me. How about it, Serge? I'm like, dude, I don't have this. I can't find this. He's like, bro, settle down. I'm like, no, man, this is fucking me up. I can't do a deep dive if I can't show it. So the fact that you had a lot of that stuff really saved my ass. And your depth of knowledge on this stuff was fucking incredible. So.
Yeah, well, I'll just give you an example. Like, I think in 1992, I didn't listen to anything besides Skinny Puppy. I'm just a fanatic.
I can't say that, my friend.
And I feel like we don't really need other bands, and it's cute that other bands have continued trying after Skinny Puppy, but it's all unnecessary. Music's never going to get better than what they did.
But as a DJ, though, my sense is you have a pretty fucking wide palette, I would think, right?
Well, I mostly play industrial music.
Okay.
But I mean, yeah, I've got a lot of industrial music.
Okay.
And most places won't. I can't get away with just playing all Skinny Puppy all night. But I would.
That's true. That's a good point. Yeah.
But if people let me, I'll do it. I'll do 6 hours of Skinny Puppy.
My collection spans about 4,000 titles, and it's everything from Miles Davis and John Coltrane to Immortal to Emperor to Nina Simone to Billie Holiday. So I'm kind of all over the map. But this and my knowledge of industrial, while not bad, like I have pretty much all of the Hafler Trio stuff, which is crazy because nobody listens to that stuff but me. But I also have fucking Rat, so, and I don't make any apologies for that. It is what it is. But so we will end that now. And I just want to say, for any of those people that are watching, Nick, I'm gonna fish around to see if anybody wants to just bullshit in a separate stream, which I'll have to create. So if you want to jump in, let me know in the message here. I think Serge is probably going to bail out because he's got kid duty tomorrow, probably. And but we're gonna tap out, guys. Kreestof, again, man, cannot thank you enough for this. Serge, my dude.
Thank you, everyone who tuned in and listened.
I'm sorry.
Thank you to everyone who tuned in and listened.
Yeah, well, I will tell you now. Serge and I did on October 22nd, so a little less than a month ago. We did a frontline stream, and I haven't been crazy with a lot of content on my channel, but we have close to 200 views on that already. So, which doesn't sound like a lot, comparatively speaking, but for only 135 people, that's not bad. So, this will get seen. You can share it on any of your social media platforms, Kreestof, if you want, by all means. And because really, let's be honest, this is about a 60, 75, 25 stream of you. And that's cool. And no, dude, that's not why I said that. That's
Again,
not why I said
I'm a
that.
fanatic on this. I mean, I've dedicated my life to industrial music, but largely to this band. So I
But,
know
bro,
way too much about it.
But bro, without you on here tonight, this wouldn't have been a very effective deep dive. So I'm just saying
It would
that
have been a
from
lot
the bottom
shorter.
line. Well, yeah, but that's not the point of these, man. My Rush one is 5 hours. My Porcupine Tree one is 5 hours, which Serge was involved in, and you know, I want to get into the nitty gritty on these albums. Now, Rush, I can talk you under the table any day. I guarantee it. I have no question about that. Porcupine Tree, I can probably talk anybody else under the table. Other maybe Serge, but this man, you know, I love this band, but not quite to the level you do, and that's not a problem.
No, it's good. If you did, you should be in therapy because I should be for this. This is not right. This is upsetting.
But do me a favor,
Mhm.
put that bee in your bonnet about Gary Newman, and
No, I
because
can't go into the same level of detail about Newman, but I can
That's
talk
fine.
a little bit about Newman.
That's fine. I have a pretty good knowledge on Gary. I don't have all the middle period where he really sucked a lot for obvious reasons. I don't have a lot of those albums. Several of those, just 4 or 5 or 6 I don't own, but I have pretty much everything else. And I've seen him, I don't know, Serge, we've seen him 1 or 2 times together, and I've probably seen him pushing 10 times now, and I just think he's fucking amazing. And so just
It's
keep
one of
that
the best
in
live shows
mind.
I've ever seen, and I should point out I've seen Skinny Puppy.
Say again?
Gary Newman is one of the best live shows I've ever seen, and let me just say, I've also seen Skinny Puppy, so that's saying quite something.
Well, exactly. And the I do think there's one song from Newman that blows me away above all pretty much every fucking song ever is the oh shit, I'm gonna forget the guy's name. Is it Alex Gray remix of Prayer for the Unborn?
I don't know.
You gotta fucking listen to that. You gotta listen to that. It's either Alex Gray or something Gray. I always think Alex because I'm thinking of the dude from Tool.
I was gonna say that's not the
Yes,
artist.
A Prayer for the Unborn.
Yeah, what's his name? Alex Gray?
That's Alex Gray with
Bro.
an A.
Bro, that fucking song is just so goddamn intense. And seeing it live, it's mind fucking blowing. Mind blowing. So good. So anyways, we're gonna start another stream separate here with some of the dudes that are in the chat. And Serge, thank you so much, brother. Love you. And Kreestof, so good, man. Thank you so much for this tonight. Really
Thank you.
appreciate it. All right, guys. Good night.
Good night.
Right.